Ladies and gentlemen, we finally got out of Wrath, and I wanted to talk about this briefly. There's two historical things that are relevant at this particular point in history. One of which is the fact that the Romulan expansion was a big boost to STO's sales and popularity. It's arguably where the game actually got big. Did very well for itself, made decent money, and pretty much ensured that STO would keep going until, now. Oh my god, look at that Borg. Look at the Borg thing. On that... Look at it! Oh, wow. Anyways, so the Romulan expansion had a fairly large chunk of content in it, as you're probably aware of, because of the fact that it took us like 3 days to get through it all. Just gonna get away from all that nonsense. There we go. Perfect. But the other thing I wanted to mention is this was the beginning of the content droughts. Now, STO has had periodic content droughts, as all MMOs have. Every MMO ever has had the concept of droughts in terms of their content. But in the off chance you don't know what I'm talking about, it's a fairly lengthy period of time where nothing new happens, where no new content is produced. Now, life is life and reality is reality, so some content droughts are acceptable and some are understandable, and some are not. Now, we talked about this only briefly during Final Fantasy XIV, because Final Fantasy XIV only had a couple of actual content droughts. STO had two really big ones, one of which we've basically just run into. We finished all the Romulan stuff, and then there was a nice big gap. But then... Actually, I guess there were three, but let's not get into the third one, because the third one's a different kind of thing. Then this happened. The gateway that was discovered beneath the surface of New Romulus is prepared and ready for activation. Because the Romulan Republic is dedicated towards sharing the gateway and all we learn with it from with our allies, we are inviting representatives of the Romulan Republic, the Federation, and the KDF to join us on New Romulus for the first trip through the gateway. We are personally invited. We'll really talk about content droughts when it comes to World of Warcraft, which has had dozens of them. Because it's been a game that's around for 20 years. Ironically, WoW has the least excuse for content droughts, for reasons we'll discuss when we get there. Oh, come on, I was just here yesterday. Good morning, Space Cadet.
It would be my pleasure.
Hi. As part of our excavations into this area, we found artifacts from a much older civilization that once appeared on this world. Wow, this is loud. These primitive people appeared to share the planet with their gods, in actuality a species with a much higher level technology than them. 3 Daewons were abandoned when their gods left the world, but over time developed their own gateway and culture, and technology. And then they found the gateway. It's Iconian, but it must have seemed almost magical to them. Using geothermal energy, they activated it, but it was too unstable and wiped out their entire species. So, a bit of a mistake on that. So we're going to play in-game music for today. It's a bit of a gamble, but I remember most of the music from the upcoming arcs being unique and therefore not beholden to copyright. If I'm wrong, we'll figure it out as we go. Our scientists say that ash clouded the sky, dropping temperatures dramatically, altering the climate of the habitable land. Radiation levels spiked, and many of the Daewons died. Survivors retreated to underground shelters, but it was the end of their civilization. Only the flora and fauna could adapt and survive until we arrived. So now we're going to turn it on. Okay. Anyone else have a feeling that this is a terrible, terrible idea? I mean, granted, I think that destroying every Iconian gateway we run into is kind of also bad, but, you know... Also, I love how there's just open air to magma. Just think about how stifling hot it has to be in this enclosed cavern. Anyways.
Welcome.
No voice acting. The Romulan Republic is here along with representatives from our allies. Harnessing the power of this gateway will change everything for our people. Yes, we must be cautious. The Daewons tried to do the same thing and it destroyed them. But we've been studying this since spelling error helped us discover it, and we believe we understand where the Daewons went wrong. We have the technology and knowledge we need to successfully adapt Iconian technology for our own use. Hold up. Before we even do this, let's talk to everyone here. So here's the Klingon representative, Captain Corrin.
Corrin, daughter of Grilka, captain of the mighty IKS Fortescue, and victor of 100 battles!
Hi. Is that it? Is that all you have to say? She says, I would much rather be on the front than here, but the Romulans are our allies now and they have asked for our assistance. The High Council dispatched our flagship to know the strength of our friendship. Who else is here? We've got Commander Ninyan.
Iconian gateways can open up anywhere. You don't have to have another gateway to connect to.
That means the Iconians can show up anywhere. No wonder they controlled most of the quadrant. Guess that means we need extra firepower if they show up here. That's not how that works, but sure. Who's this loser?
Oh, the gateway? Fascinating. Simply fascinating.
Hi, Dr. Cooper. Remember him? From the Borg arc? The way the teams have used alternate energy sources to supply the immense amount of power needed to reactivate it is... Of course, the Federation Science Council's position on Iconian technology is that it's very dangerous, and, if used at all, should be used with extreme caution. Just the opportunity to study Iconian tech is exciting, but to see it in use? Well, I never thought I'd have an opportunity like this. What?
It would be my pleasure.
By the way, do you notice how they give you a button to summarize the events of the new Romulus reputation arc? In case you didn't max out your new Romulus reputation, which a lot of players didn't do. And there's Jarok.
Commander Tiaru Jarok of the RRW Lisette.
The Republic has advanced enough that we need a flagship on par with the Enterprise, and I have the honor of commanding her. My father, hey, they actually called it out. My father was a Romulan admiral. He wanted to change the galaxy for me, for all children. He wanted us to be able to live our lives in peace and free. He was betrayed for his beliefs and lost everything. I grew up being watched by the Tal Shiar, heard whispers that said I was the child of a traitor. When Datan told me of his plan, I knew the world that my father would have wanted, and I left the Empress and never looked back. And I'm pretty sure he'd be proud of you, kid.
Welcome.
You think you have corrected the issue? Consider what happened to the Daewons, and what the result would be if the Romulans lose a second homeworld.
Worf's got a point.
I have encountered Iconian gateways twice before. In both those instances, the finest commanders I ever served found the technology to be too dangerous to preserve. It is difficult to believe that you have managed to do what they could not.
Now, in the interest of fairness, I don't actually agree with the fact that both Picard and Sisko decided to wipe out their gateways. Picard at least did it because it was kind of an emergency, and he was directly under threat. Sisko did it because of politics. I'm not sure I would say that both of them think that they shouldn't, study Iconian tech if they had the option to, but whatever. Any problems here, Mr. Worf?
No problem.
Ambassador Worf was invited here because of his experience with Iconian gateways. He has been voicing his concerns with our decision to activate the gateway. My science teams are convinced they have solved the issues of the past, but I fear, like the ambassador, some of my engineers have their doubt. Datan and the Senate believe this to be an important step for the New Republic. It's a step we must take with our allies. We respect their opinions and want them to join us, just as the Bajorans and the Federation worked in tandem when the wormhole was discovered. In the interests of easing concerns, maybe you'd be willing to assist?
Acceptable. Admiral Kararek, I want to start by reviewing your science team's work.
Understood. Tea, anyone? It's not Earl Grey, because Earl Grey sucks. Who actually drinks Earl Grey, honestly? We must destroy the Prime Directive. I agree, Warp Core.
Oh, the gateway? Fascinating.
Yeah, wrong
Simply
person talking.
fascinating.
I'm sorry, did you need something?
I don't mean to be distracted, but it's taken a lot of work and a lot of late nights to get here. Finally, we're ready, and we've considered everything that could go wrong and planned for any contingency. The Day Ones weren't advanced as we are. They hadn't even become a warp culture when they tried to repower the gateway. We have advantages they can only dream of having. There's some risk, of course. Anything we're doing is some risk. Wouldn't be standing on a new homeworld for our people if we hadn't been willing to take a chance and challenge the Tal Shiar. How can I help?
With all due respect to you, Ambassador, I don't think there's anything to worry about.
If you want, I'll start reviewing the data my team has collected with you. Sure. I get some numbers here.
Program initialized. Select.
Grab some numbers. Totally writing these down.
Program initialized. Select.
Here's the numbers that I totally wrote down.
Were you able to find the coefficient numbers for me?
Nope. I didn't write any of that down. Hang on, so alpha is none of those. Alpha is 45. Oh, here we go, never mind. 14? Okay, we'll do 14.
Alpha is 14. That looks correct.
Gamma is 47.
Yes, that's correct. Gamma is 47.
Delta is 38.
Your numbers may be correct, but have you ever witnessed the power of one of these gateways outside of a holodeck? Well, I have. I was invited here to share my knowledge with those willing to listen. Even the best plans seldom survive contact with the enemy.
You know, I like that quote, but it's actually only half of the quote, really. I don't mean literally. I mean, the point is, you plan, you run into the enemy, and then you adapt. And most people just sort of assume that plans suck and you can never adapt. And it's like, no, the whole point is when things go, tipsy-turvy, that's when you go ahead and actually start adapting to things.
Yes, they've been asking for the final power variance numbers.
Okay. Like, I didn't plan for the Beholder to get the drop on us and put an anti-magic cone on both the Cleric and the Mage in the party, but we adapted to it and still killed him. Anyways.
I appreciate you speaking up about your concerns.
If our projections are off, we could end up freezing to death in the caves like the Daywans. This gateway is an extremely valuable resource, but is it worth losing everything we built here?
Finally!
Why is this so inconsistent in its voice acting? You want some full-time job here? I could use some reliable help.
I agree that the simulations look promising, but I still have some concerns.
So do I, but we're on a deadline.
Why? No, really, why? What is the rush? There is no ticking clock here. There is nothing making us... Take your time. Stop crunching. You heard the woman mention that they've been doing long nights, crunching, in order to make this happen? Whatever. Yes, I'll go help you with your thing.
Perhaps we can find a solution that will ensure the safety of all of us. Show me your projections.
If you find a solution that ensures the safety of all of us, then I got a bridge to sell you, Worf. Very reasonable prices. Now, in the interest of fairness, let's walk this back a second. It actually makes a lot of sense that the Romulan Republic is eager to get this gateway working, for reasons they haven't actually mentioned yet, but they will bring up later. It boils down to one very simple thing. The Romulan Republic is still shaky and barely operational. It has been recognized as an official polity by both the Klingon Empire as well as the Federation. Cool. But they don't have much to bring to the table. What they want is some kind of thing that makes them more significant to allow them more political capital. So it makes perfect sense that they'd be pushing for the reactivation and control of one of the only Iconian gateways that we still know of. The problem with that is everything. At least it's understandable why they're pushing for this. Yeah, exactly. They're effectively, we need to show our investors we have something, you know, they need to have something to show for all the investment that's already happened. Never mind investment in the future. Also, as an aside, I do like the fact that they make a repeated point the Republic is openly sharing all of this tech, as they should be. First of all, if the Romulan Republic decided to try and hide this from the KDF or the Federation, it'd be war, and they'd be crushed like a bug, and they know that. But second of all, and arguably more importantly, this is part of their plan. By getting the other forces invested in getting the Iconian gateway going, they get their cooperation and assistance in getting it going. The Republic still reaps the benefits. It is, after all, their gateway by sovereign territory. But they need that extra little capital and help, and by ensuring that other people are going to be able to benefit from it, they ensure said cooperation. Yeah, exactly, Warpcore. You want to not have that planet anymore?
The numbers are good, but something seems off.
I keep expecting them to keep talking, and they keep cutting off.
Agreed. Sensor readings from the gateways I've encountered were significantly different than this. Could it be because of the power source you're using?
Heh.
Readings like this make me wonder.
You open the door and it means there's got to be something on the other side. Maybe this isn't a one-way trip. So, that's an interesting idea. Let's just pause and talk about that for a brief moment. Because, Space Cadet just brought this up too. Remember, gateways are one-way by design. They are tossers, not portals. And that's a very important distinction when it comes to teleportation technology. So, there's actually 3 types of teleportation. Technically 4, but let's not get into that. There's toss, there's grab, and then there's a two-way connection. And those are the 3 that matter, right? Now, transporters in Star Trek are actually tossers and grabbers. They can find you down there and pull you up, and they can take you here and push you down. By design, most Iconian gateways are only tossers. They are, you are here, we'll toss you there, boom. Now, they're also near instantaneous. They never say this, but I feel like this needs to be emphasized, because that instantaneous nature makes this way more useful than I think most people are processing. Because let's actually think about a transporter for a second. That is a full portal warp core, and we'll talk about the Iconian portals later. Let's just leave that for now. So, because we're going to encounter one at the end of this mission, if you'll remember. Anyways, so spoilers, but Iconian gateways tend to be tossers and nothing else. And everyone we encountered in the show was like that, and all the ones, with one exception, we've encountered in the game have been like that too. But transporter. So let's say magically you have the ability to beam, like, to Kronos from Earth, which is insanity, but that's the kind of wonderful, brilliant writing that Orki and Kurtzman tend to give us. Here's the downside with that. Beaming out takes several seconds, which can be interrupted or have any kind of issues go with it. Then the signal is sent, and then you have to slowly materialize, and there's literally a sound and a sight as they're doing it. The reason I bring all that up is there's no way to stealth beam. You can't just beam into a room while someone's sleeping. I know they actually do this on the show several times, but that's literally just bad writing. If I was to try and beam into someone's, if I beam into Bragwin's room while she's sleeping, she's going to wake up, because it's going to be like... By contrast, an Iconian gateway is not only instantaneous, but has no sight and no sound. It is a true stealth teleporter. And honestly, that's kind of huge. It completely... No, Jordan! It could completely change the nature of how transporters are used tactically and strategically. Never mind the obvious fundamental, operations here. Like, okay, so this is just a tosser teleporter, right? Even if this only can send goods out, this could be such a gigantic change to shipping for the Romulan Republic, because they can ship stuff out pretty much instantly, wherever. To even think of this from a purely economic perspective. They still need to get goods manually to them, but effectively removing half of that equation is going to effectively remove a huge chunk of the budget from shipping and trading that no longer needs to be accommodated for. All those ships and all the defenses and taking care of the pirates and all that stuff, gone. Just, here's your goods, thanks. This also is relevant because, obviously, if they want to, have something shipped to them in terms of goods or in terms of services, it still needs to come to them. But in terms of currency, remember that these kind of interstellar markets operate effectively the same way that international markets work. In other words, they could quite literally, send 15 kilos of whatever to Earth, and then Earth could just say, you got it, and pay for it electronically on the spot. Boom. Now, the people who take those goods there still need to get a trip back, but the Romulan Republic as an entity is now richer pretty much immediately. And so forth and so on. There's all sorts of things. And yeah, that's another thing, actually. Hang on. I can actually show this off, I think. New Romulus is right there. It's kind of under that pink line. You see that? This is the functional amount of the beta quadrant right here. And you can kind of see the highlighted sector for where we are at. I know it's kind of small on the screen, but I think you get the idea. Like over there's Feds, up there's what used to be Romulans, down there's Klingons, right freaking there. So what I'm trying to get at is this really is a big deal. I like how the game does some work to emphasize why the Republic cares so much about this.
The numbers aren't saying that exactly, but it's a real possibility.
I understand what the gateway means to my people, but I'm concerned about what could happen if we open it without taking more precautions. Could we add more security?
Captains Sean and Corrin have been consulting with Kararek's security forces. I will ask Corrin to deploy some of her finest warriors. I do not know Captain Sean, but he commands an enterprise. He must be a formidable man. He also has less enthusiasm for activating the gateway than others here. I am certain he has considered all the options.
I'll speak with Sean, see what our options are. Oh yeah, by the way, the final interesting reason for why they should be open about sharing the gateway. Everything I just mentioned also makes this thing the ultimate infiltration tool. You could just walk in to anywhere, as long as you can get the coordinates for it, which is pretty easy to do. And you can do it stealthily. Being open about that mitigates the, let's call it the concerns and paranoia that you're doing exactly that.
How may I assist you?
Good to see you again. How can I assist you? I feel like you just said that. You have a moment.
The team looks like it's almost done with the final checks. Make it quick.
Actually, Ambassador Worf has some concerns about the gateway. Because he can't come over and chat with a Starfleet officer without raising eyebrows in his own delegation, he sends you instead. Interesting. Tell him I share his concerns about the gateway. What do you think we should do? He wants an option to neutralize the gateway if need be.
I'll admit I've been dubious about this project from the start.
Some things are too powerful for anyone to have. Don't know if I agree with that. No. It's my job to do what Starfleet Command orders, so Enterprise is here to assist and represent the Federation. But it's also my job to protect the ship and the Feds, so I have engineers work up some contingency plans. If Corrin's bringing in extra troops, that should help. My chief engineer worked up a few spatial charges with enough power to take out the gateway. If we tap into the base of the pylons, we'll be able to stop a disaster before it starts. Oh yeah, I should probably jump in and mention something narratively. It's going to be important. The Klingon-Federation war is kind of still going on, but if you're paying any kind of attention, you'll notice it's really starting to diminish and push into the background. From an out-of-character perspective, that's because they were kind of done with the story arc, but there's actually in-character reasons for that, too. And the Romulan Republic is one of the big ones. This is a great irony, actually, in my opinion. This has actually happened historically in real life. Two nations who are enemies, who are literally fighting each other, tend to bond over helping out a third party. That doesn't always happen, of course, and there's other horrible things that can happen there. But I find something wonderfully amusing about the fact that the KDF and Starfleet are actually getting closer ties because of the Republic. Or, let's say that more accurately, because of the Tal Shiar and Sela. If the Tal Shiar and Sela hadn't been so antagonistic and so insistent on holding on to their power, and therefore providing an antagonistic force to the Republic, and therefore to their allies, we might not have ever actually had this literal mutual bonding session. And what is one thing we can say about Klingons? Actions speak louder than words. And by this point in the story, we've actually fought alongside Klingons. And that's starting to have an impact. So, let's wire some spatial charges to the Iconian Gateway. Boy, that could go so wrong. Let's just strap some bombs to this thing. You know, just in case.
What are you... Ah, good idea.
I'm actually amused by that.
If all the preparations are complete, I see no reason to delay.
I can think of like 5 reasons to delay, but whatever. Let's get this thing working.
Initiating final power transfer.
Power output rising. Levels are within expected parameters.
Activating gateway.
And they're all dead.
We've got a spike. Attempting to compensate. No good.
Abort! Abort the mission!
Shut it down!
Detonating charges!
No effect!
Nope.
Get everyone out of the chamber!
Still nope. Now what?
Into the gateway! Now!
I love how it literally takes seconds, less than 1 minute to go wrong. So where are we? On beautiful rides. No, we're someplace much more interesting.
We can't get a reading on where we are or how far we've traveled. The best we can figure out is that we are not in normal space anymore. And we are trapped. The scientists have been able to get a few readings from New Romulus, but the gateway was damaged. We cannot use it to return. A few people managed to grab some supplies on their way through the gateway. They might have something useful. Check the crates. Assist with the wounded. Once we have seen to the immediate problems, then we can worry about getting out of here.
Nice place. Let's be honest for just a second. It is extraordinarily convenient writing that there is a breathable atmosphere here, considering where we are. All right. Get some triage going on. There we go. Help some of these fools over here. I mean, these Romulans. There you go. It's the only one I had to actually pick. Get some ice, compress, and elevate. I could have told you
I
that.
believe I have found a way to open this door, but it will take two of us to override the controls.
I got you, Worf.
I think I can open this door, but I will need your assistance. Once I override the security protocols, you will need to rewire the primary motivator to release the locking clamps. Are you ready? Now, to see what lies beyond.
No atmosphere.
Interesting. Are you detecting high trace levels of tetrion radiation? My tricorder shows this to be a complex of some kind. There is another large room further down this hallway.
By the way, enjoy Dorn while he's here. This is basically Worf's last real outing in this game. Like his last big outing.
I am picking up something beyond this door.
Something? Wow, that's impressive. If you're picking up nothing, well, then we'll talk.
As much as I hate to say this, we will cover more ground if we split up.
Agreed. We should keep in contact as we search.
Commander Nignon will accompany me.
If there's a way home, we'll find it.
I will accompany you.
I'll organize a security detail to remain here. You, stay here.
Come. We will find the way out.
So now we split the party. I feel like there's a rule about that somewhere. Worf, are you gonna... Come on, buddy. Let's figure out what that is. I have no idea what that is. Environmental and life support controls. Data logs show the environment was recently adjusted from settings non-compatible with most humanoid life. There's what I was referencing earlier. Multi-adaptive life support system is technology beyond what is currently used in known alpha and beta quadrant civs, but appears to have the wear and tear of many decades.
I'm picking up some odd tetrion readings, and we've been able to confirm that we're in subspace, but there's nothing conclusive yet.
I think we're in a medical facility, though it's not like any sick bay I've ever seen before. Interesting. Sean?
This facility is mostly automated. That doesn't mean it's abandoned.
Why don't you voice your lines? We're keeping watch for automated security, nothing we can't handle yet. But we found something interesting in the room. Looks like a targeting array. I'll try to find out more about it.
Maybe it's a way to open a gateway to a location, without a corresponding one on the other end.
Yeah, Ambassador. I think you should take a look at this console.
Good idea. If there is a targeting system and a medical bay, we may find the equivalent of a shuttle bay as well.
Also, this is the life support controls, so let's go fiddle with it. Let's see here. Boop, boop, blah. And that's the end of the game, so now we're going to make a new character here. This is the main console for the environmental controls. It can be set to accommodate a wide range of humanoid and non-humanoid species. However, use these last at the environment for a breathable oxygen-nitrogen mixture, standard for most humanoid species. You are not sure how long it's been since they were last accessed.
We have not heard from the security detail. We need to check in with them.
Thank you, Worf. Admiral to security. Security detail.
Are you sure something here is not blocking our communicators? This is suspicious. We should check in with Karn and Sean's teams.
Captain Karn?
Corin here.
You can do your lines. We haven't found anything in this direction yet. I'll return to our starting location, find out what's happened. Good luck. Sean?
I've found what appears to be some sort of targeting system.
Huh, that's strange. What is it?
Did you hear that? We should... Ensign, look out!
Captain Sean's team is in trouble. Hurry!
Yeah, remember, based on how Iconian tech works, we could be pretty much anywhere. If we don't have a way back, well, I hope we get used to our new life here. Starfleet issue phaser, several adjustments made to maximize its power. Cute. Sean's tricorder, still recording, but a 4-minute gap in life. Interesting. Standard issue toolkit. And a smashed comm badge.
No sign of Sean's team. We are not alone here.
Really? Brilliant deductive work. It appears to be a targeting system of some sort with settings for 6 coordinates. Shares some characteristics with the transporter, but the technology is so far beyond what you've seen before, you're not sure you'd be able to operate it.
This does not bode well. We should rendezvous with Korn and the others.
Okay. Okay.
Gone. They would not have left without their supplies or weapons. Can you hail them?
The Admiral, to anyone reaching this signal in nearby range, please respond. Anybody, please respond.
We must find Korn and the others.
I think we need to hurry. We're all in danger. Sure, good thing we split the party. Brilliant idea, Worf. I love you to death, but, like, seriously, dude?
Wait. I know this place. I have been here before.
Yes, you have. So, remember this?
This table. I saw one just like it when I served on the Enterprise.
This is such wrong music for this. By the way, again, this is actual in-game music. This should be extremely creepy music. This is from Star Trek The Next Generation's episode, Schisms, an ultimately unmemorable episode, except for the one scene it does extremely well. I talked about that during the rumination. The scene on the holodeck where they're all describing their shared experiences. Well, what they're describing is that table.
Blood. Klingon and Farasin. Koran put up a fight.
Now, this is the game's music. Check it out. You can tell it's the game's music because it mutes when I alt-tab. See? This is just the game at this point. So, as in Star Trek Online Natural Procedures, they take one random villain of the week from one random episode, which never was even mentioned again. They turn it into something.
There are data entries here that correspond to our missing people. They will be taken for examination soon.
Exactly, Winlog. It really is, honestly, STO's biggest strength, in my opinion. The arc welding they do is legitimately impressive. If I could add one other thing, and I talked about this during the lore run as well. The other thing I like about Star Trek Online is that it's very Star Trek, in a good way. Everyone disagrees on what Star Trek means, of course, but for me, this is Star Trek. Especially, pretty much from this point onwards. Remember, we're out of Wrath. Wrath, all the Romulan stuff, there's good stuff there. There's some really good plot points, really some good character points, lots of excellent story, some bad story, and some irritating and frustrating gameplay all over the place. But now we're into Kata, and it's just going up from here until we get to a certain arc.
It was a Solanogen-based race, and I have seen this before. When I served on the Enterprise, we attracted attention of aliens who existed solely in subspace. They abducted us. experimented on us. We did not know why, but their actions went far beyond mere curiosity. We were able to stop them before they established a pocket of subspace on board the ship, but not before they sent a burst of energy through. If these aliens served the Iconians, that energy could have been a message. Corrin was not taken without a fight. Of that I am sure. And this table has not been used yet. These aliens must be holding the others. It is only a matter of time before they will be examined as well, and the experiments can be deadly. Everyone here is in danger. We must find and free them.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. Let's go. Also, I could believe that they initially don't want to have the Joker, and then the game will flounder, and then they'll bring in the Joker as a ratings grab.
There is a holding area down this hall. We should... Automated defenses! Defend yourself! That Guardian was damaged by a disruptor. Corrin's work. We can overload the power cell from that Guardian. It should blast through the door.
Perimeter sweep. No anomalies. Perimeter sweep. No anomalies. Unauthorized gateway access detected. Dispatching sentries. Unauthorized beings found. Taking appropriate measures. Unauthorized beings apprehended. Taking to holding cells to await examination.
Be ready. There may be more Guardians beyond this door.
Oh, Bruce is totally going to be in it. Give me a break. Hi, Mr. Red. Let me get you out of there. I love how you can hear the clicking periodically in the background now. They don't add it until actually after you have the reveal about the table. But now you can just hear it periodically. Let's see if I can open a portal to the sun. Hey! Wherever we are, we're near a sun. Oh no, it was great, Blade Travel, but I got work to do, so...
I don't see Captain Sean or Mayak here.
There's no more time!
We need to stop wandering around this place and get back to New Romulus. Staying here is only going to get us killed.
No. There is still someone missing who could be saved. We are not leaving without them.
Also, we don't have a way home while we're on the subject. That was a desiccated corpse of a species I don't recognize. Oops, I didn't mean to... Oh, whatever. The worst thing that could have happened to us happened, and I'm not speaking facetiously. There's an extraordinarily high chance we're going to have to start our new characters next session. Well, it's not a TPK yet, but our entire... So, we were getting someone to teleport us through the Underdark. Now, the set of circumstances here is perfect, because every time you teleport through Phasarist, you have to do a Constitution save to see if you go through the teleport at all. If you fail, you take some damage and you don't teleport. Why is this relevant? Because the mage teleporting us failed his con save, and everyone else succeeded at it. So, the only one who didn't teleport was the teleporter. The teleport went bad, and we ended up at an unknown location somewhere within the Dark Lake, which currently has Demogorgon in it. Also, the Dark Lake is quite literally miles wide, and pitch black. And we are not inside of the shore. And it's filled with all sorts of really, really horrific stuff. So there's an extraordinarily high chance that we will die and no one will ever even know. We will just vanish. And we've already got alts made because of this kind of crap. Sean is pale and unresponsive. His breathing is shallow, his pulse rate dropping. His left arm has an antenna, both antennae have been surgically amputated and then reattached. An unknown foreign substance has been introduced directly into his lymph nodes, and his superior vena cava has been collapsed. His cardiovascular and lymphatic systems have been seriously damaged by the experiments. Regenerate, restore, purge.
What happened? How... Can you help Mayak?
Mayak's probably dead. Mayak's blood has been completely replaced with a synthetic liquid polymer. Mayak is turbo dead. His family and friends will want to know what happened, so we'll remove his communicator and identifier.
There's nothing more we can do here.
God, just imagine having all your blood replaced by something else.
Agreed. The best way to honor Mayak's memory is to save his new home.
Still weird music choices. Yeah, they do blood transfusions fast. My goodness. I did see the trailer. It does look pretty good. Like, way better than I would expect. But then again, the last D&D movie, am I right? Okay. So we've been inside this time. This is what's outside.
The gateway energy signature is emanating from somewhere across this expanse. We need to find a way across.
My scans indicate there's some sort of control system at work.
I'm picking up more of those automated defenses.
You should scout ahead. Korn and Sean will remain with the injured and defend them if the Guardian drones arrive.
Very well. Oh, God, no! What? Hang on, let's try that again. Oh, God. Deb, huh? Ah, that's impressive.
Scout ahead. We will escort the others when the way is clear.
Clearly, they learned their lesson. Yeah, no kill plan this time. So this is extraordinarily cool. We're already at least one story positive for this arc, but check this out. So when we approach this, our view suddenly becomes a view of Earth. System, soul, dominant species, human, servitor presence, level 4 surveillance. Ideal site for harvesting. Servitor races have used disease epidemics and internal conflicts in the past to gather specimens for study. Population is numerous but mostly peaceful. Poor candidates for servitor status. High creativity levels and self-preservation instinct make them inclined to fight rather than submit. See Borg for more information. Can be aggressive when threatened. Recommend all activities in system be covert until invasion is launched. Target for extermination. If Sol system is eliminated, models show the political entity known as the Federation may collapse.
The Sol system. Earth.
Storage facility Z98. Purpose supply and transport servitor troops during expansion and pacification actions. Capacity 4.7 million units. Docking stations 220. Current status error. Alert. Storage facility Z98 has been in stasis mode for error cycles. Connection to gateway network is unstable. Recognize that planet? Give you a hint. That's Kronos. Level 4 surveillance in effect. Aggressive warlike species that dominates this area of space. Strong tendencies to fight rather than submit. Harvesting programs in the past have been problematic, only successful when used in concert with internal conflict. Possible candidates for servitor race. If key members of government and entities known as the Great Houses could be used, they'll direct the rest of the population. Military structure in most organizations makes population already accustomed to taking orders. Recommended study of honor for a use as a tool of control. If population can be absorbed into servitor races, will be a great addition to fighting strength. If they cannot, extermination must be swift. We cannot give the Klingons a chance to organize.
Kronos. This is not a holodeck. It is a live image of my world.
That is interesting to think about, by the way. The live image thing. Good morning, Dustin. How can he tell? Well, he can't, obviously. But we're going to assume he's right because it makes perfect sense given what we know about how these people operate. Vandros 4. Dominant species, Dominion. Servitor presence, level 9 surveillance in effect. Dominion scientists discovered an intact gateway 37 cycles ago, but it was destroyed by opposition forces before they could activate it. That's the one from Deep Space Nine. There are other gateways in the region that remain inactive. Agents are in place to stop the Dominion from discovering the locations of these gateways before we are prepared. As to the Dominion themselves, we recommend observation but no engagement. They are organized and are used to subjugating large numbers of species across a large area of space. When the Alpha and Beta quadrants are firmly under our control, we'll have the resources needed to conquer the Dominion as well.
Vandros 4. I remember this world. We found an Iconian gateway there during the Dominion War.
Alert! Connection to gateway network is unstable. There are 7,255 gateways, 5,967 of which are inactive, 880 of which are damaged or inoperative. Alert! Gateways in Andromeda are active. Alert! Unauthorized connection to network detected in the Hobus system. System. New Romulus. Dominant species, Romulan. Servitor presence, level 8 surveillance in effect. Survivors of Romulan extermination have gathered on the site of the former Day 1 homeworld. They have uncovered sites belonging to servitor races and are attempting to reactivate a gateway. If the gateway is successfully activated, it may threaten the entire network. Attempts to use the Alachi to eliminate the threat were unsuccessful. Alliance with the Tal Shiar is problematic. The Romulans as a species show more self-determination and willpower than in previous observations. The leader, known as Sela, must be controlled or eliminated. Several key members of the Romulan Republic Gateway Research Team have been taken for additional study without their knowledge. Brain scans of researcher Adrana have yielded vital information about the project. Agents have used that information to destabilize the gateway. If activated, seismic instability will affect the entire planet. Expected outcome is a 70% reduction in population. Remaining survivors must not be allowed to form organized groups. Recommend subsuming them into Alachi as soon as possible. So if you were wondering why the gateway went wonky, there you go. Also, if you were paying attention, that's the kind of crap you can do with these kind of gateways. That kind of infiltration. You can sneak in, grab someone while they are asleep, and go experiment on them, scan their brain, adjust their chemistry, And do whatever you need to, like, for example, sabotage the project that they're working on.
New Romulus. The tectonic activity is getting worse. We must find a way to stop it.
And good morning, Evo. System. Iconia. Level 1 surveillance in effect. The homeworld is still unsuitable for habitation, although servitor races have begun subspace modifications in preparation for the invasion. When the quadrant is pacified, we will use forced labor to terraform the world for our return. All must be as it was.
I know this planet.
Me too. We've been there. Lowest, I believe, based on how they speak of it. Alert! Security measure Theta 6 in effect due to gateway instability. All space gateways for large ship movements have been withdrawn to subspace until the network instability is addressed or proper activation codes are transmitted. You don't like the skyboxes? Alright, Mr. Red. System. Quora. Of the Quarren. Haha. Level 6 surveillance. Industrious and technologically advanced planet. Extremely low level of automation means population must constantly refresh workforce. Use of radioactive mines to infect ship crews and bring them to Quora is interesting, but ultimately inefficient. We would require greater amounts of loyal servitors to pacify the Delta Quadrant than this species would provide. I recommend cooperation and eventual inclusion as a servitor race. In exchange for their loyalty and detailed information on the indoctrination technique, we will alleviate their manpower problems.
The Delta Quadrant? Does the Iconian influence reach so far?
Dude, you have no idea. Also, if you're paying any kind of attention, they were spying on the homeworld of the Dominion, as in the Founders. Whoops. Current status, Obelisk 1, which is a Solanae ship, is ready to deploy, but it's waiting for navigational input. Oh, was it Warp Core? Then I'm wrong. Never mind. Ignore me. I'm dumb and stupid. Never listen to a single word I say. Ever. But yeah, they literally already mentioned gateways in Andromeda, for God's sakes. That's another galaxy. Unless you're not paying attention at home.
This appears to be some sort of master control panel. I believe we can use it to open a gateway. Can we access the database?
Whoop.
We must know what the Iconian plans are.
I think we know what the Iconian plans are at this point, Worf. Anyways, if you missed it, that earlier planet was from the two-parter in Voyager, Workforce. Actually, one of my favorite episodes in Voyager.
Download the data and move everyone here before more Guardians arrive.
Then let's do it. It's a good question, Triaxia. If I were the Iconians, I'd stay far away from the Borg, though. They do not need that problem. Nor does anybody else.
I will remodulate the power system while you reroute the flow.
That's a star chart. Are all those markers Iconian gateways?
Look! That's the new Romulus gateway! The gateway on New Romulus was reset.
It wasn't the only one. Ambassador, we'll cover you as you download the data.
Whoops.
The paths are retracting.
They know we're here, and I don't think they're happy.
Do you hear that? That doesn't sound good.
Is that a better skybox, Mr. Red?
Security reinforcements are inbound. We should use this gateway.
Voth! We're out of time!
I have downloaded what I can. It is time to leave. We have cut the network's connection to the new Romulus gate, which should stabilize the situation there. There will be some damage on New Romulus, but it could have been far worse.
Yeah, so in case you missed that, the entire time in between when we came here and just now, when we reset the gateway, New Romulus was experiencing really severe tectonic problems. But, we need to get the crap hell out of here, so...
This is a bridge. We have walking wounded, but some of us can still serve. Where do you want us?
Well, first I need to say thank you to Evo. Hang on. Now, he said I can't bow. But I can, like, limbo. Ugh, thank you, Evo. Oh, jeez, this is hard to do on the chair. Ah, there we go. I do appreciate, as always, your support. And welcome to the Year Club. Oh, there we go. It's been a while, Warp guy. Give me a moment here, because I gotta actually jot that down. I am not, Jordan. Look, I can't bow. I gotta do something. And we'll put that towards Undertale. Alright. Let's see. Tactical console. Sean, come here. Adrana. Oh, yeah, a really weird thing that always weirds me out about Solanae ships. Watch the ground. It, like, moves in and out based on whether you're there or not, which seems extremely inefficient, but, I mean, what the hell do I know? Weapons control. Worf, would you please man the weapons? And don't miss this time. Biological discourse, engineering. Oh, Corin, that's you. Sorry.
We have saved the Romulans' home world, but the gateways are open now. All of them. We do not know who will use them. It may be the Alachi, or it may be something far worse. We must warn everyone of what is coming.
Well, let's activate the gateway. Get us out of here.
Receiving tactical telemetry. I'm detecting another gateway in the Drought system. It's big. Ship-sized.
The gateway is transmitting a high-band subspace signal. Sensors are picking up Elachi ships on an intercept course.
I suggest we go there and contact New Romulus for reinforcements.
Agreed. Can we use the gateway?
Not from here. I can make a gateway for us and set a destination close by, though.
Do it.
Taking us out.
Interesting way of doing the special effect there.
Sensors show that we are in the Drought system. Systems are all reading normal, but object sighted near the ship. It is an Iconian gateway.
So, first of all, there's the gateway. Big freaking thing. Second of all, so here's the Obelisk cruiser. It's a carrier. It's actually not a bad ship. You can set it up in several ways. It's a decent beamboat. That's a decent carrier. I actually mained it for a little while there. Here's the problem. This is the beginning of the role play stuff, which I've told you about before, where they force you to play in another ship and set up that ship for you. And as I've said before, it's actually a really cool concept, something I'm even legitimately in favor of in most other MMOs. The problem in STO is they tend to have no idea how to load out the ship so it's not junk. So we'll see how this goes.
I'm very glad to see you all safely returned.
Baton?
When the quakes began, we lost all communications with the gateway chamber and feared the worst. But where did you go? Through the gateway? And what is that ship? I've never seen anything like it.
Look, we got a lot to cover. I'll give you a report later. Right now you need to know we just activated the entire Iconian gateway to save New Romulus.
You reset... elements preserve us.
There could be hundreds of gateways. Thousands. Yeah, about 7,000 I think it was. So anyways, there's a ship-sized gateway hidden in subspace in this system.
Enough talk. The gateway is transmitting a signal. I am picking up a corresponding one from an entire fleet of Alachi ships on an intercept course. Send every available ship. We must fight if we are to survive.
Sending reinforcements now.
We
Good
will
luck.
hold off
May
the
elements
Alachi
protect
until
us all.
Allied forces arrive.
So yeah, this is a boat. And like I said, this is going to suck a little bit. We get a couple of unique abilities. Like Sean gives us something unique. And apparently we only get one unique ability. My bad. We do that. It's a safety buff. We also have some anti-proton weapons.
Federation and KDF ships are reporting to our location.
This is my first time using anti-proton weapons. Not because I had any aversion to them, but because back when this came out, anti-proton weapons were expensive. Because those were the high-end weapons everybody used. I didn't have that kind of money.
The Romulan ship's singularity core is destabilizing.
We need to hold the Alachi until reinforcements arrive.
Worf doesn't have an ability here. That's weird.
More Alachi inbound. Hold them off.
Well, I was going to ask them over for tea, but if you insist. I feel like they buffed this ship a little bit.
Today is a good day to die.
I remember doing this mission and having some very serious issues with it when I did this for the first time. Oh, there it is. It's a good day to die and Warrior's Way.
Shields are down. We can't take another hit.
Yeah, Sean's ability is, looks like it's actually just attack pattern Omega, if I'm looking at that correctly.
This is Commander Tiaru Jirak of the Republic flagship Lisette. Where did that gateway come from?
Now, Worf's is bonus damage, crit chance, crit severity, turn rate,
One of many activated to
damage
prevent
resistance
destruction
rating,
of their
and
new
stealth.
homeworld.
Jesus.
Enterprise to Captain Sean. Good to see you, sir.
Fair, Jordan. I've been playing this game a little bit more since then.
Glad you could make it, Enterprise.
Sensors indicate an Alachi dreadnought is approaching at high warp.
The Alachi can send their entire fleet. We will not fall.
Well, yeah, of course we won't. We're the main characters. I mean, today is a good day to die. If I can ever get in range of the enemy. There we go. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Oh my god, it's a 3-3. Ah, the days of 3-3s. You remember when there was a 4-2? It was like, oh my god, that thing's a 4-2. Now we have the 4-4 and the 5-3. There's also the 5-2, but screw 5-2s. Now, if we had a 6-2, ooh.
There is still the matter of what to do about the gateway. That discussion cannot be delayed. The Alachi forces have been destroyed. No further hostiles inbound. Captain Shan, the Enterprise should scan the gateway. We need to know more.
Agreed. But we should destroy that gateway now, while we still have the chance.
No! That gateway is in Romulan space. It belongs to the people of the Romulan Republic.
Another invading force could arrive at any moment.
Afraid of a fight, Captain?
Corrin, prudence is not cowardice. The gateways are powerful. They may be too much for any of us to control.
We should disable it before it becomes another threat to the Romulans, and to us all.
How is this different from the wormhole near Bajor? This is a strategic and scientific asset, and it belongs to my people. Captain Shan, if you destroy the gateway, I can assure you that Titan will reconsider our friendly relations with the Federation.
You don't really have much to negotiate with there, lady.
Empire will fully support our Romulan allies in this.
Never mind, now you do.
Enterprise to Captain Shan. Sir.
I like that just...
What did you find?
The terminus is at a fixed point now. We can determine that. But then, I don't know what we picked up, but the monitors on the bridge are all showing an Omega. Engines are offline. We need you back on the Enterprise, sir.
I see. That changes things significantly.
Indeed it does. I should return to the Bortisque. Worf will be waiting for you. Corrin to the Bortisque. 1 to transport.
I should return to New Romulus immediately.
Really? I didn't know they were quite literally limited by 5.
It was a pleasure to work with you. I wish we could have had that talk.
Agreed. Another time. Send my regards to your chief engineer, Captain.
I'll let Chief O'Brien know. Shan to Enterprise. Transport me directly to my ready room.
No, not that one. It's the other O'Brien.
Today was a glorious battle. You have won much honor for yourself and your allies. It seems there are larger conflicts that all of our people will need to face. If we are to survive, we may need to face them together. It was an honor to fight beside you.
But yes, that's Kiryoshi, the one who's born towards the tail end of Deep Space. Well, not actually halfway through DS9, but whatever. Thank you, Tizara. Always appreciate. I will put that towards Diablo 1. I'll tab here. Wow, my bar isn't all that screwed up. Well, it's regrettable so many gateways were unlocked. I know together we will face the future. Our governments will be in contact in regards to this Omega situation. Alright, so real talk. How many of you didn't really get the Omega thing there? No judgment, just curious. So over on Voyager, there's an episode of Voyager where they detect this Omega thing and the whole ship locks down and this Omega symbol displays it everything. Janeway is, of course, immediately on it. It's like, okay, hang on, I got this. See, this game has actually referenced Omega particles before. Omega particles are particles that can produce a tremendous amount of power, but they do significant, if not permanent, damage to subspace. Now, if you don't understand the full significance of that, that would remove people's ability to function as an interstellar society. There would be no faster-than-light communication, and no faster-than-light travel. So, there's this protocol which is built into ships that all captains learn upon becoming a captain, which is the Omega Protocol. This is how we deal with it. We deal with it with absolute max security and blah, 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 blah. And it supersedes all of the things because of how devastating that is to interstellar life. So, we scanned... The Enterprise F scanned the gateway, which is actually right behind me there. There it is. And they detected a whole lot of Omega particles. Now, here's the thing. So that was a cool mission, and let's go ahead and start jumping out some positives here, shall we? Oh, I know, right? Instead of a dilithium dumb. Yep, so there's some Dyson quests, which we are obviously not doing. But here's the actual issue that we'll get to in just a minute. So we do some cutscenes, and we go in, and it turns out that the thing we were detecting the Omega particles from is from this place. Now, we actually went in here earlier, if you were paying attention, but I was trying not to talk about it because I was trying not to spoil. Unfortunately, I can't really give you a really good in-game representation of it, so you're going to have to rely on me as being your narrator. So as you can see, this is a planet, right? No, it's not. This is a Dyson shell. This is, in fact, the Solanae Dyson shell. They do some really cool stuff with this place. So we've talked about adventure zones. Well, with this release, they decided to add 4 total, I think? One of which is this one, the basic one. You can roam around here and do these little tiny quests, which give some marks and stuff. Notice we've got actually a custom JPEG again for the map. That's kind of neat. It's actually really low resolution, so it looks like crap, but, you know, it's neat. We can head over to the contested zone. You know, there's our giant spire right there. By the way, I'm going to be doing some TFOs very soon here. It is 4, I was right. So there's the 3 space ones, and honestly, 2 of them are so not. I'm not even going to discuss them because there's really nothing to talk about. There are some that actually do matter. Let's head back over here and get to the right spot so I can... There we go. So let's go ahead and go to the one space zone that actually matters, which is this one. So here's the deal. Have you ever heard of Kingdom Come Deliverance, Evo? Because that's how I would do it. So there are actually 2 separate powers who are fighting for control of the sphere, other than us, obviously. Now, we're here essentially on a joint operation. The Klingons, Romulans, and Federation are, for all intents and purposes, allies in here. Another group that's trying to take it over is the Voth. Yes, that Voth. Now, what's really funny about this place... Oh, hey, we can go kill some Voth right now. Let's go kill some Voth. I like killing Voth. Frickin' dinosaurs, am I right? So if you don't remember the Voth, don't worry about it. They were from 1 episode of Voyager. But they were actually surprisingly well fleshed out. They're ludicrously advanced, to the point where it's actually kind of silly. But for all intents and purposes, they are just a slightly more fleshed out threat of the week, hence the advancedness. They have really big ships. and they lean very heavily on defense tech. Their big gimmick in space is they can throw up literal invulnerability to a specific side, which I hope to show off here at least briefly. They also have cloaks, repairs, like you can kill a ship and then another ship will spawn after it dies to come repair it, get it back into functional sorting. Nope. Yeah, they can also beam a starship into their ship. They're very advanced. There you go. You see the repair ship. I've got it targeted over there. It's coming to res one of those ships. We're, of course, not going to let it because death to the Voth. And to the living. The Voth are actually kind of interesting, though. I really like what they do with them and their culture, the idea of doctrine, how it operates, you know. The only thing I don't like about the Voth is how overpowered they are, and honestly, I can live with that. It's just, you know, whatever. So anyways, we kicked the Voth's ass 6 ways sideways, but the major plot thread here is that they're trying to claim this Solanae sphere. Why? Well, so Blade Turtle asks, why would the Iconians care about Omega particles? Here's the catch. Omega particles aren't just subspace detonators. In fact, that's actually an unintentional byproduct of Omega particles. The main purpose in Omega particles is power generation. The amount of energy that an Omega particle can put out is stupid. It's probably the single most energy production, I don't know how else to put that exists. Yeah, it is effectively limitless energy. That's what the Iconians use. Now that requires stabilizing Omega particles, which most other races can't do. Now, even the Borg haven't really managed that one. So why do you think the Voth are here? Yes, because the Iconians still operate through subspace. Oh yeah, see that ship? That's a Voth ship. You think my ship's big? That thing dwarfs the jellyfish. It's also dead. But I get to show it off, which is part of why I was still hanging out around here. Now, I want to show off something, but I gotta actually wait for a second. Yeah, their gateways use subspace, but also they exist in subspace. Remember that gateway that just got popped out into regular space? It popped out into regular space from subspace. They have the ability to just move back and forth between subspace and regular space. It's part of how they operate. It's one of the reasons they're so capable of spying on and infiltrating other groups. Because they could literally be standing right next to you and you can't see them because they're in subspace. I mean, you saw they had a gateway just hovering in orbit over the planet that nobody could tell was there, right? So the destruction of subspace would be rather deleterious even to the Iconians. Another minute. So the Voth are after this sphere. Now, I never remember because there's actually 2 spheres in this game. I think this is the one from Relics. It's either this one or the other one. I'm pretty sure this is the one from Relics, though. Yeah, we're effectively done with the Solanae as a people. And I'm kind of building up to someone. Okay, apparently the other one... That makes no sense. Whatever. The other one's the one from Relics, then. Sure. Apparently I can't get anything right today. Which, whatever. But... And now I've lost my train of thought. The relevant point here is that from an out-of-character perspective, what we're looking at is the first of the really big content droughts this game had. I know what you're saying. Wasn't the really big content drought earlier? No, that was just a content drought. The content drought that happened immediately after the reveal of the sphere was huge. It was so big, me and my friends kind of forgot about STO for quite a while and didn't come back until after the Delta expansion was already done. Like, had run through its course. It was a real... I forget the exact timing, and I don't have a good way of looking that up, but it was a really big gap in content. And it was really discouraging, which is part of why I went ahead and put the game down for so long. Because the problem was, it was like, hey, here's one quest, and then a bunch of adventure zones, and I think 3 TFOs, That's it. I shouldn't say that's it so dismissively, but my point is, that's like an afternoon. You know what I mean? Other than the grind. So... okay, this is taking too long. Perfect. Okay, so, I want to show off something here. This always amuses me. So you see the JPEG here? Blue means ally controlled, and red means Voth controlled. I just told you, the Voth are here, and they're trying to run around, and they're trying to gain control of everything, right? So clearly, these red things are where the Voth has control over something. That just makes sense, right? Well, let's go to the nearest red thing over here. Dum-de-doo. Weird music choice for this place, but whatever. And here we find the Undine. So, we're actually fighting the Undine here. The Voth are an after thing. Now, the Undine didn't get added originally, but it's always amusing to me that they never actually updated this freaking JPEG. This says clearly Voth controlled. You have to mouse over it, it actually says Undine controlled. You do these little events. They're pretty quick, actually. The Klingon one is the best one. These are guns. Look at the size of this gun compared to my ship. That's all you need to know about that. Oh, you want to play around? Okay, hang on. Die. There we go. And on with it. Yeah, we're going to do the ground one, don't worry. We kind of have to. Anyways, when anyone wants to join me for some TFOs, this is a good time to pop on. So we're going to do those now. If you're paying attention, what you're noticing is a general lack of story. Now, I actually enjoy these arena zones, these adventure zones. In fact, I would say this is when the adventure zones finally started being not crap. The problem here is there's really not a lot of story here. There's this ongoing story about this one Voth I'm just going to tell you about, which is the wrong button. Where is he? There, that guy. The guy who's one of my boffs. He's like, hey, the Voth are trying to take control of the Omega Particle and the Sphere, and they're dumb. Maybe you can help me to make them not be dumb. Eventually, he actually gets betrayed by the Voth, does not make them not be dumb, so he ends up turncoating and joining us in order to try and sabotage their efforts so they don't accidentally detonate the Omega Particles that they're trying to gather. That's it. That's that story. It's neat, but it's there. So the issue here is, story-wise, this whole section of the game honestly kind of sucks. It's got some cool concepts, but there's no meat on the bones. There's a Dyson shell. It's the Voth are trying to take control of it. The Undine here for some reason. That's it. That's the story. However, for what I believe is the first time, gameplay-wise, we're probably actually going to give this an actual gameplay positive for these zones. So, if you've been paying attention to the previous zones, each of them has been, you gain a quest, which is a pretty traditional type of quest. Then you go out, do the quest is boring and poorly done. Then you go back and you get a minuscule amount of rewards. The format changed slightly but significantly here. Instead of quests, they switched. Oh, there's a tro word there. Switched over to making these events, more like something like Guild Wars 2, for example. I don't know if there's a direct parallel there, it's a similar thing. So instead we go out, we just kind of participate in an event rather than actually having a quest on us. These little events give us control over each node, and once you gain control over all the nodes, a big event happens, and there's rewards for all of it. Those rewards are actually decently lucrative. In fact, I would say the easiest reputation to gain in the entire game is the Voth, because you get tons of rep and tons of marks for doing these events. And you just sit here and do them. Now, if you're soloing them, like I currently am, it's worth noting, this can kind of suck if you're not min-maxed, like I currently am. You can also have interesting circumstances like this, because, of course, the other thing the Voth are big on is giant mechas. I actually do several endeavors in these zones. Now, this is kind of it. I'm not going to do the whole zone because, as you can see, it's just like nothing but red. Which is a damn shame. Because there's some... The final boss of this, and I'm just going to give this away to you, is a giant freaking T-Rex. Now you're probably thinking, what? Yeah, no, they're dinosaurs. So obviously they themselves are bipedal, but they actually employ dinosaurs which have what I can only refer to as body armor on. Yeah, they're T-Rexes with laser beams on their frickin' heads. And I'm not actually making that up. It's actually pretty cool, and the fight's pretty fun. And that's my overall point. This is mostly meaningless content from a meat perspective, but it is, at the very least, still fun. And that's important. I was really hoping they would get, like, at least one of the actual dinosaur units down here, but whatever. Gameplay carbs. This is the Snickers. That's what this is. That quest we just did, that was the steak. It was a damn good quest. This is the Snickers after the quest. It's like a Snickers pie. You ever had one of those? It's good stuff. You should try it. If you don't like Snickers, it's caramel. If you don't like caramel, well, then you're an alien. Now, on some of these, I should mention... So someone mentioned these can be a pain. Hey, it's even happening. You notice how we're actually losing progress. That can happen. Especially if you have less people, because the thing that maintains progress is interaction. Which requires either running around like an idiot. Hey, there's a dino. See? This isn't the T-Rex, obviously, but as you can see, it's got its own little harness and missile pods, I think, that one. But anyways. But yeah, you actually lose progress on some of these, so yeah. Oh, hang on. Hi, Venters. I'm glad your dog is okay. And we win! You also get those little buff items, which is another cool idea. And now we've got some blue, and so forth and so on. Again, I'm not going to go through the whole thing, because honestly it would take a while, especially with only like 2 of us here. But this is good stuff. It's a definite step in the right direction. For the purposes of the review, this whole section is a big net positive. But I had to mention that content drought because I literally quit the game for like 2 years. Because holy crap, this content drought was bad. That's really bad. Yeah, it was about 2 years for me. It was right before the Gamma expansion happened. Pretty sure it was... I can actually look up the dates if you want, because it was the first time I streamed this game, is when I came back to it. Nope, not Delta. Yeah, no, it was a while. There was a big gap there where I just walked away from this game. And then I came back to Delta when it was thing. Hang on, Michael, I'm looking it up. Okay, so let's see here. Of course, this doesn't help. When did the Gamma stuff come out? There used to be a page that kept track of this stuff. Here we go. Okay. So let's see. So the Gamma stuff came out. Dramatic pause. There's the temporal arc, which I didn't come back for. There it is, right there. Victory is Life, which was summer of 2018. So hang on. So let's rewind to when the Solanae stuff came out. So there's Legacy of Romulus. There's the Sphere. And, yep, there's that. There's the revamp. Yep, okay. So I was playing during that. And then there. So, I was wrong. It wasn't 2 years. It was 4. 2014 is when this content came out. Yeah. Anyways. Correct, Mike Kamano. I mean, it's one of those situations, I left it installed and I'd poke on every now and again, but I didn't actually play the game for 4 years. Like I said, this content gap really killed my interest in the game. Ironically, WoW never had a... WoW had a really big content gap, or 2 or 8, but there were several of those in WoW that also killed my interest in that game. So, and I'm usually a lot more understanding about content gaps. You can imagine what it usually does to subscriber bases. I'm honestly amazed STO endured as long as it did, to be completely blunt. I'm happy for it, but I'm surprised by it. Okay, so pluses to gameplay, pluses to story. Did we already get pluses to story? We did. Excellent. Good. So, now we do some TFOs. I guess I should go to Nukara to group up. So anybody who wants to join for TFOs, hit me on Nukara, because we got to go kill some Voth. But yes, that's that zone. And there are actually only 4 adventure zones after this total. One in the Delta Quadrant, 1 in the Alpha Quadrant, a second one in the Alpha Quadrant, and 1 in the Gamma Quadrant. If we count the Gamma Quadrant, then that counts. It's listed on the actual official site as an adventure zone, which is why I'm listing it as an adventure zone. If I want to get into the nitty-gritty of definitions, well, you know my opinion on definition arguments. Nukara is a really convenient place to group up at, because A, you can grab anyone from across the sector into here, so the only place you can do that in. Well, one of the only places you can do that in. B, there's no real requirements for going here, and C, it's pretty close to most of the intro areas. Oh, and also D, it's only got the one instance because E, nobody goes here. So it works out pretty well. Okay, so. I don't know who these people are, but I will give invites out. I'll invite you. I know you, Flagant, because I recognize you at this point. Looks like we have 2 TFOs. Let me double check this. Yes, I am correct. So we've got 2 TFOs initially. So we've got a little bit of room for people if you don't get in the first one. Oh, this is the UK? Okay. I like how your name is special. Oh, it even says Cable Arc right there. Correct. Storming the Spire, which we'll be doing first, and then Breach. And then we'll continue the quests. Which will jump all the way down to Step Between the Stars. Which is what added the Undine zone we just did, but whatever. I do love this, by the way. Check this out. Here's the Solanae arc. Check it out. 1, 2, 3. On replay, there are a grand total of 3 quests for this arc. I think that says all I need to about the aforementioned gaps in content. Let's see here. There's Gear White Noise. Don't worry, there's no more shuttle missions. I'm pretty sure ever. There are a couple more ground ones. Not a lot, but there's a few. Well, shuttle missions are gone. So let's talk about comparisons. I keep talking about this stuff in relation to expansions. And I've already... Yeah, no kidding, Justin. We've already talked about Wrath. How Romulus was the Wrath expansion. Some good stuff, especially narratively. A couple of good things gameplay-wise. And then a whole lot of irritation and dreck. I think that describes Romulus expansion pretty well. But they were still finding themselves, and they were still figuring things out. Then they hit Cataclysm. Now... some people think if I refer to something as Cataclysm, it's an insult. Those people don't know me very well, because I am actually very positive about the Cataclysm expansion over in World of Warcraft. Cataclysm reinvented the wheel in many ways, polished a lot of what was wrong, and got rid of a whole lot of nonsense that wasn't working. They fixed their quest design, they fixed their loot drop philosophy, they fixed a lot of how the class design works. They did many things to make the game actually a modern game, instead of being a game from 2004. You see the equivalent. You'll notice in the quest we just did, first of all, we had no flickering, did you catch that? But second of all, we also had much better overall usage of little details, the kind of things you probably generally wouldn't notice. You better get here, Venters. Like, for example, the animations were better done. Rather than the silly walk thing we'd see all the time, there were actually examples of people running. There was usage of camera angles in the cutscenes, rather than just the camera being in one random spot and then barely moving one shift to the right, and just little details like that. There's clearly better polish and better presentation is the word I want to use, and that is going to be this expansion, this equivalent, excuse me, in a nutshell. Hopefully we won't run into a bunch of tons of other negatives. Yeah, but I think I have you on Friends, Venters. I'm not actually sure about that. Nope, I do not. Death to Ventures. Tootie. Here, I will join my minions. I mean, my comrades here. Can't you right-click me and, like, request to join me? Or is that not in this particular MMO? I actually don't remember if that's an option. Like, you can do that in some other MMOs. Like, right-click and say, can I join? And, like, a pop-up will say, they would like to join your party. Ah, okay. Whatever. We'll make it happen. Yeah, just private message me, Venters. Or die trying. I love the in-game music for Nakara here. This is great. Okay. Yeah, the Tholians are like, what are they doing? Anybody who didn't get in but wants to get in, we do have another TFO literally right after this. It's okay. This one's honestly kind of boring, if I'm being completely blunt. But it's not that bad. We'll see how it rates. The one after this I remember liking quite a bit, so we'll see what we think of it. Yeah, when did they switch over to TFOs? Hang on here. Captain, the Voth have sent a small fleet to try and capture one of the spires, that one in front of us. Our orders are to stop them and try to capture it for ourselves. We won't be safe to send in ground forces till we repel the Voth's initial assault. We can start transporting boarding parties to the spire. What we got here? We got a generic, stupid Federation ship. Is that a Vesta? Looks like a Vesta. And then... looks like a Sovereign over there. And obviously the Scimitar. And I think that's another Sovereign. It's hard to tell from this distance. A lot of Sovereigns around here. A private TFO. No, I don't really mess with this thing because I usually only play with one other person. I guess I'll go west. I mean, all the scimitars are scimitars to me. Because they're all scimitars. Just scimitars. Just scimitars. I'm in an Odyssey, damn it. So this is kind of it. Hold the line for 10 minutes. Let's see what's in the question queue over here. Let's see here. If you're... I already answered that. Whoop. Hang on, I need to go kill Regibrock really quick. I will be right back. It might be 15, but right now it says 9 minutes and 20 seconds, so I was sort of assuming 10? I don't know. Maybe there's another 5 minutes after, I don't know. Maybe it's already been 5 minutes and I have that bad of a concept of time. I'm a moron today, so I don't know anything. I'm pretty sure the sky is purple and water is dry. Let's see here. So I saw a writing prompt here. Let's put this over here so I can read it while playing. I saw a writing prompt on Tumblr. You are an ancient lich, feared throughout the land for your gray and fair vengeance, which is a strange thing to be feared for, but whatever. One day you're summoned, not by a corrupt king or an angry mercenary, but an unnaturally thin woman who is in servant rags, who says, "Forgive me for disturbing you. I have nowhere else to go." What do you do with that prompt? Whoops. No, I can recall. So what do you think before I give any answers on that? Because you know my answer. Obviously the Lich is actually secretly a good person. Has to maintain the facade of evil. Turn that woman into an undead immediately. I will save you from the torment of your life. I'd probably have her be victim of something not terrible, because I don't like writing about terrible things. So, you know, destitution, or losing her job, or maybe she pissed off the local lord because she kicked him in the groin. Actually, I like that idea. Why are you here? Well, the local lord tried to steal all the land of me and my family, so I kicked him in the groin. Ah, I understand. Was that Lord Blargian? Nah, hang on. We'll make that terrible, terrible, awful Lord Snow White. Was that Lord Snow White? Yes, actually. How did you know? Ugh. Snow White has such a rap around here. You have no idea. Honestly, I'm amazed they even stay in power. What do you think we should do about it? Well, I could take you in as my apprentice. But, you know, I don't think you really want to learn the dark arts of lichdom. Oh, you're right. I don't think I really have a mindset for that. What should I do, then? Well, I could use someone to check out the library periodically. And then it just turns into Beauty and the Beast. But then Snow White, who is actually Gaston in this circumstance, shows up. By the way, I love that Excelsior-class ships are troop transports. Something about that amuses me. I'm not even arguing it. It's just, that's a funny repurposing right there. Well, obviously he's the beauty and she's the beast. See, it turns out she's actually a werewolf. She didn't reveal this because she was afraid that, you know, the ages-long, let's call it biases against werewolves, would predispose the Lich against her. The Lich, of course, takes this very personally. He's like, no! Do I not have a reputation for being fair and just? I do not care about the quality of your fur. Only the quality of your heart. Well, Excelsiors are also pretty big ships, so yeah, I can see that. Do you mind? Yep, and then they live happily ever after. Oh, and then they go kill Snow White and turn him into an undead servitor for her. The end. I'm not sure what I would do with that for real, Tara, but that's because I'm not good at writing prompts, as weird as that sounds. I look at a writing prompt and I think, okay, how do I make that fit anything I actually want to write? My creative writing teacher used to hate me for this. This is way, 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 way back in high school. Because he would be like, do a writing prompt about a day at the office. So I wrote a story about a day at the office, except there are these deer people, and they regularly hunt the people in the office. That's their hunting grounds. And it was done as a horror story. The whole thing was this big nightmare build-up to this whole, you know, oh my god, who's killing us off? They just got Ben from accounting! No! Not Ben! What do we do? And it was this long story and this horrific thing, and finally it ended with, you know, the last person, aka the main character, dying after being shot right between the eyes. And then the deer person walks up, and that's the big reveal, and it's like, oh man, you bagged a good one! Good job! Beers are on me! And then they walk off. I'm sure that sounds silly and ridiculous, but it was written entirely as a horror story at the time. My writing teacher was like, really, dude? No, like, just picture a deer, but they're bipedal. And carrying guns, you know, like hunting rifles. Honestly, I was probably a little inspired by Twilight Zone. So, I'll own up to that. I don't know if I was deliberately inspired by Twilight Zone. But I was probably inspired by Twilight Zone. I can see Far Side there, too. So anyways, the point being, I'm a terrible writer. That's what I'm trying to get at. Alright, so, next point. That's it. I mean, I guess I could go back to Evo's question. So let's make an RPG without magic or future tech. The problem is that's so easy. The real question is, what direction do I want to go with it? So there's lots of gameplay ways to make an RPG that doesn't have future tech or magic. Now, what Kingdom Come Deliverance did was actually a smart maneuver. So, for those of you not familiar with the game, Kingdom Come Deliverance does not have magic and does not have advanced technology. It's based on Hungary, I want to say? Please correct me about this. And I will go ahead and explain. No, I'm actually a really good writer, Blade Jamal. And it's... So the way they did it was, rather than having... Was it Bohemia? I take your word on it. I don't remember, obviously, because I'm terrible and stupid, and the worst person in the entire known universe. I think I'm literally Hitler. But regardless of my Hitlerese tendencies, the fact is that it managed to bypass the usual issue of RPGs by having there not be any skills to speak of. Let me explain what I mean by that. The overwhelming majority of RPGs are... They divide their stuff into white damage and yellow damage. I can demonstrate this very quickly. This is white damage. And that's pretty much the distinction of white damage right there. This is yellow damage, since I get in position. This is yellow damage. This is yellow damage. I think this would qualify as yellow damage. So white damage is your general attacks. Fight in a Final Fantasy game, or right-click in most MMOs. Yellow damage is your abilities, your skills, your spells, pulling out a drill and... or whatever, right? Sense make? The overwhelming majority of RPGs follow this format. Now, here's the catch. The reason why 99.999% of RPGs ever either have magic or tech is because of the fact that that's how you do your abilities, your yellow damage. In short, you cast a spell. You do a limit break. You spin your attack around and like summon a whirlwind with your strike. All that stuff is fantastical, and all that stuff is your yellow damage. Actual real-life maneuvers don't really qualify as yellow damage. So what did Kingdom Come Deliverance do? Well, it made a combat system that was based on actually doing things, like parrying and counter-reposting and attacking with a real sword against an enemy who's doing the same stuff in return. I think we go destroy the Dreadnought. Hi, Lolamloss. Thus, they bypass the single biggest issue and the single biggest detriment for removing magic from their setting. This, and move here, hit that button. I don't like tractor beams. I don't like tractor beams. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. It does sound like it's all white damage technically, but the point is, technically, it's actually all yellow damage. Every attack you do, every specific maneuver, has to be thought out and done manually by you. That's the definition of yellow damage. So there is no auto-attacking. So rather than having, a spell or an attack or a supernatural ability or whatever, you are just sword fighting. This was a smart method. It is not the only way, of course, to do this, but it is definitely a method by which you can go ahead and, and make an RPG with abilities without making an RPG with abilities. Honestly, I'm surprised it took that long, Kay, to be completely blunt. You can also go with guns, more mundane guns, so no super futuristic stuff, no magic stuff. And something like Overwatch could be considered, not the game, the concept of Overwatch can be an ability you could use, like an XCOM, because that is a real concept. There is such a thing as suppressing fire. There is such a thing as called shots. So those could be your abilities at that point, right? Oh, those things are fleeing fast. Quick! Murder the escaping civilians! I'm just joking. They're not civilians. Civilian dinosaurs. Please! As if there is such a thing. So in short, I think deciding and settling on the gameplay issues and really deciding, okay, this is how we're going to make there be combat that's worth a damn, would be the major focus. Now, I should probably mention that when I say combat, I don't necessarily mean killing things. An encounter can be something other than having to stab an orc, after all. Oh, shoot. Okay. So, for example, Mike D'Amato just mentions a political RPG. Rather than go into details, let me just give you an actual example. Anybody play KOTOR 2? In KOTOR 2, there were what were referred to as dialogue bosses. Now, dialogue bosses can vary in quality substantially, but it's something Obsidian has leaned on for, I think, every game they've ever made at this point. Tyranny is actually a perfect example of a game that uses dialogue bosses as opposed to combat bosses, or I guess I should say in addition to combat bosses. The idea is it's an encounter that doesn't require you to lower their HP to win. Now, there's a lot of different directions you can take with that. You could win a debate. You can successfully cook something. You could fill out the puzzle faster than the other person. Whatever. There's a lot of different directions you can take that. Dozens of different directions you can take that. And that would be yet another vehicle to try and make a combat system in something that does not involve abilities, magic, or attack. Alright, so yeah, the Tunon encounter is a perfect example of a dialogue boss, and I agree, it was very satisfying. It's probably one of the better moments in that game. So we got one more TFO. That last one was, as predicted, pretty boring. Just gonna invite people here. See if I can find Ventures. Probably can't. Ventures is gone! Lost to the ages. Oh, there you are. Apparently I actually cannot... What the heck is that person wearing? You're, There you go. Anybody else want to join? Otherwise we're just going to go ahead and queue. So, I know that sounds backwards for what you're probably thinking, Evo, but that would be my very first step. What do I want to do with the gameplay? Because once I've established what I want to do with the gameplay, I can work backwards from there. It's like, okay, do I want this to be a political RPG? Do I want this to be a cooking RPG? Do I want this to be a sword-fighting RPG? Do I want this to be a talkie RPG, etc.? Once I've determined that, that kind of gives me my range of what I can do with the setting and the world and etc. I don't know, Reggie. I'm not sure I want to know. I must join them in the eternal circling. See, I'm the sun and they're the planets, see? You know, you're probably joking, Mike Kamado, but a dancing RPG is absolutely feasible. I mean, obviously there's something like Just Dance, but it's not that hard to imagine a game in which you have different inputs for each of your arms, each of your legs, and there's combos, which, based on how you input those buttons, changes which maneuver you do, which dance you do. And having to outdance your enemy is something you can make actually engaging. Functionally, that would be a combo game, but you get my point. I don't mean to sound dismissive, but entirely too many people, in terms of game development, seem to think that the only form of combat that can exist is killing another person. Thankfully, we have a lot of indie games which have been trying to branch out and actually are like, you know, we can do other stuff. Let's go in this direction. I have no idea. I haven't played that game. Okay, going once, going twice. Let's get out of here. It's Breach, right? Let me double check this. Yep. Breach. Okay, before I start this mission, I just gotta say, we've actually brought this up before. So, the Voth are great and stupid. If you're paying attention, the Voth have very advanced technology, shields, you know, the re-raise thing, all sorts of fun stuff. But there's one other thing that the Voth have, which we'll find out whenever we get a fifth. There we go, boom. The Voth also have a T-Rex with a laser. But what they really have is that thing.
The Voth fortress ship is vulnerable. It's time to attack. Our plan is death by 1,000 cuts. We'll disrupt the fortress ship's integrity field by destroying multiple nodes across the hull. Once that's complete, we'll be able to breach the hull and attack from the inside. Use the trenches to navigate at speed around the fortress ship.
So this is the Voth fortress ship. It's stupid. On pretty much every level, this ship is stupid. I don't know what else to add to this stupid thing, because it's very stupid. Now, there's a weird caveat to this mission. And it used to bug out all the time. We'll see if it bugs out this time. There you go. So you see how we just went really fast there for a second? We're still kind of getting fast. So there's a little bit of a speed buff that you get for going through here. And if you get hit or targeted by stuff, well, you lose that speed buff. There's the difference to show you the contrast there. Yeah, this is a trench run, sort of. It's more like 5 trench runs in a row. But yeah, it's a trench run. I do like the concept from a pure gameplay perspective, because, you know, there's stuff to dodge, there's stuff to hit. And the speed boost makes it less, well, irritating, to be as honest as I can about that. If it wasn't for the speed boost, this mission would suck. Now, here's the thing. Back in the day, this quest either had a bug, excuse me, this TFO either had a bug or a feature, take your pick, where once you finish a certain section, the speed boost leaves that section. So let's come up with a scenario here that's really easy to think of. Let's assume that you are someone who has fallen behind the rest of the group. You're still in Section 1. They have finished Section 1 or moved on to Section 2. You don't have a speed boost. So even going full tilt with full impulse, you cannot catch up to them. And yeah, I was going to say, I imagine some of you who've done this back in the day remember this exact same problem. And being just stuck behind. There's also another bug. We'll see if we run into it. I'm going to stay quiet about that one. Notice the arrows guiding you where to go, because otherwise how the hell would you know? Yes, there's an invisible wall on the ship. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There we go. There we go. That's sort of fall behind. We do actually need to destroy these hard points, but not all of them. You want to fill up a percentage of them, effectively. By the way, notice that there's an optional objective to complete this mission within 40 minutes. This used to be one of the harder TFOs out there, and definitely one of the bigger grinds. Which makes sense, because we're fighting a Death Star. Now, if you think I'm being facetious, please remember that my ship that I'm currently flying is probably about the size of, I'd say, a Victory-class Star Destroyer. Think about how big this thing is that I'm running in the trench of. Bonk. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
We've detected a weakness in the integrity field. Rally with your team and blast a hole in the side of the Voth fortress ship.
Rallying at the breach site. I'm sorry, apparently the Odyssey is 1.4 clicks long. This thing's gigantic. This thing is about the size of an Imperial Star Destroyer. So we're playing an ISD around this thing. I literally can't even get all of it in the camera. So we're inside the ship. Naturally, this colossal ship has huge cavernous halls in it, because gameplay. Filled with fleets, because this thing carries fleets en masse. We also produce them. Did you catch which story I was summarizing? Just to give you an example, by the way, Mr. Ed, I'm just curious. So that you see those shields, that's the invincibility facing thing I just mentioned. So you get around it, shoot in its back, and kill it in its stupid face. Correct, Mr. Ed. Very good. Based on the actual notes that George Lucas wrote, too. I wasn't just making it up on the fly. Hey, Ross, you're missing some Voth. Like, actively, right now. I was saying, we know in-game they have at least 2 of these things, because we encounter 2 of them, this being one of them. The other one we'll see later, during the Delta stuff. We are super dead, Ross. I know I say that a lot in our D&D campaign, but I mean with total sincerity. There's probably a 99% chance that we are going to TPK next session. Do you know what the Dark Lake is? Yeah, you came here in interesting timing, Ross, because after this TFO and 2 more quests, we'll be starting the Delta arc. Two guesses for what the Delta arc is. Anyways, so the Dark Lake is a miles-wide, pitch-black, demon-infested lake in the Underdark. We're in the middle of it somewhere. We're not sure where exactly. And that's part of the problem. We're also there with nothing and no way to get out. Even the concept of swimming to shore isn't really on the table. I would honestly say we're probably at about the halfway point. Mostly because we've gotten through most of the slog by now. We were teleported pretty much into the middle of it, Ross. So, are we done here yet? Not yet, okay. Yeah, I know, it's funny and all, but honestly, I'm actually really bummed because it's such a terrible end to the story. Like, it's like, we've done so many incredible things, we've barely managed to survive by the skin of our teeth so many times. And we've done so many things to try and save the peoples of the Underdark, and we've got a reputation, our friends, and our resources. And then we have a misfunctioning teleport, and we're dead. And they will never even find our bodies. No one will ever even know we died. We will just stop interacting with people one day. Anyways, other than the Bengal tea, the one that has no tea bag at all, excuse me, no tag at all, no. Although it's a good tag, I like it. Wait, by good tag, I mean good tea! God damn it! Talk! Use the words that come out of your mouth. It's not that hard. Ugh. So anyways, yeah, so here's what I'm thinking. This is actually not that great of a mission, and frankly, neither is the previous one. The main reason why is because, while this mission does some stuff right, it also does some stuff boring, like, say, right now, where we have to kill 700 billion trash just to be able to progress. Like, seriously, that's what we have to do. We just have to kill. We're not just sitting here killing for fun. We have to get out of here. And these enemy ships keep getting stuck on the walls. We're not even at the hangar step yet. So, I'm proposing a positive and a negative gameplay-wise for this, and a negative story-wise. Oh, there are actual hangars. Never mind. Nope, never mind. We just finished. That's what that was. So, positive to gameplay. Some cool stuff here. You know, I do like the layout of the ship. I do like the turret section, the trench section. It actually works better than it probably should. Negative to gameplay. The boring slogs in between. Negative to story. This ship is stupid. Like, it's it's hard to properly understand based on just visuals how absolutely monstrously huge this thing is. This is nonsense on every level. I mean, frankly, V'ger, the actual ship, not that stupid cloud, isn't as big as this thing. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, it's a Star Fox mission, for good and for bad. Like, I'm pretty sure you could fit the entire city that I live in this hangar bay right here. Just in terms of sheer size. To really get an idea of how large this is. And this is one hangar bay. In this ship. Where's the... Oh, there's the Dreadnought. Yeah, this is part of the problem. This is why the Voth firmly remain the threat of the week. For all the cool stuff they have narratively in the show, ultimately they still are just, hey, we're big and we're stronger than you. No explanation needed. No ramifications on the quadrant or the sector or the setting. Just, we're bigger and stronger than you. No, not the Cloud, Cashel. The actual ship inside of V'ger, which you only see at the very end of TMP, is not this big. That ship's probably about the size of the one in front of me that we're about to blow up. I'm so sorry, Ross. And yeah, the irony is they bring in the Voth, and I'm like, sweet! And then they don't do anything with them. We're almost done with the Voth in terms of narrative. In fact, for all intents and purposes, we are done with the Voth in terms of narrative. Yeah, the Borg cylinder ships are V'ger-sized. This thing is ridiculous. I think so, Mike Kamano. Or, let me phrase that differently. I think I know where they are. I'd honestly rather not, but in the interest of conclusion, we will... you know what? Actually, no. I'm going to veto that. No, we cannot do it. Veto. It's a waste of time. There's no story to speak of there, and I've already summarized it. It was the best movie ever, Ross. By which I mean the worst Pixar film that has existed that I have seen. You know, considering the size of uniplexes, I'm not sure, Reggie Brock. Although, this would be a lot of raw mass. That's what really makes me wonder about this thing. How did they get this much, you know, transparasteel? Whatever the hell they built this out of. Planes wasn't good, but wasn't actually by Pixar, believe it or not. Which may explain a few things. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, I mean, it's an easy mistake to make. It's done in the Pixar style, set in the Cars universe. I mean, come on. Anyways, I'm pretty sure you could literally wipe out several planets worth of material in the construction of this thing. All the buffs, all the buffs, all the buffs, all the buffs, all the buffs. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. As you can see, this is definitely a Star Fox mission. Where's the... There we go. Open up the weak spot. It's over here now. What character traits would I give Mater? Well, first thing I'd do is I give him the trait of being self-sacrificing. And then I would have him die. And then the rest of the movie, that would be the beginning of the movie. And the rest of the movie would be McQueen trying to recover and cope with the fact that his friend just died. And he's not sure what to do about that because he's never faced death before, given how young he is. That's a good point, actually, Reggie. Yeah, I could see it being Lightning's fault. Like, Lightning does something really stupid as part of a stunt or whatever, and Mater ends up saving him from it, but it costs him his life. Okay. That step we just did is usually the one that takes the longest, because randos have no idea how to do Star Fox pauses. Speaking of Star Fox... Oh, I should probably explain what was going on there. So the core bounces between these three city-sized power plants. You need to open it up and find which one it's in, do some damage to it before it switches to one of the other spots. Then we got this thing. So this is the central power nexus. This is how they power this thing. It's got those beams, which rotate around, obviously. And it's only vulnerable where the shield isn't. There's a couple of ways to deal with this thing, but the best way, by far, is to just bulldoze into it as hard as you possibly can. As you can see, it rotates pretty fast. What we're going to do is we're going to line this up a little bit. Fail at lining this up a little bit. Take a second here, just kind of chill. There we go. Try that again. Yeah, ironically, the Borg Queen is still rougher than this stuff because she's the Borg Queen. I mean... honestly, you know. Alright, so now we need to flee. We just blew up the power core. You notice they've got tons of arrows indicating where you go. I'm 90% certain they only used to have some of those arrows. Why? Because a lot of players used to die in this section. We're timed, by the way, now. We have 40 seconds to get out or we die. And players used to just kind of die. Because they couldn't figure out how to get out. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure half these arrows are new. And by new, I mean weren't here at launch. That's a better way to phrase that. Ten seconds.
Excellent work! Your efforts have deprived the Voth of a valuable asset.
That's a rather mundane way of putting that. You just wiped out the Death Star, of which they have several. At least 2 that we know of. And that was the breach. As I say, you notice we did lose someone on the way out there. And get down to the car. Actually, I think we're done with that. So, yeah. Story negative, Voth Fortress ship. Gameplay negative. Breach. Gameplay positive. Breach. And someone asked if I have updated the thing lately. I don't think I have. So we're actually up to here on story. Here on story. We scroll down a little bit and we get up to here on gameplay. And here on gameplay. All right. Next episode, we scroll way down and we do a step between the stars. You like Tuvok, right? Admiral, we've discovered a station near the center of the Solanae sphere that controls the station's ability to jump to other areas of space, utilizing the vast amounts of omega particles it generates as fuel. This could be disastrous for the Delta Quadrant. If the reaction is not perfect, vast areas of subspace would be damaged, rendering space travel in the region almost impossible. Our intel indicates the Voth intend to take control of the station and jump the sphere back to their space. So let's not let that happen. I guess. And thank you everyone for joining me for the TFOs, as always. We've got a bit of a gap before the next one. The next one will be, honestly, pretty far in. It'll be after the Delta arc. Like the majority of the Delta arc. No, the Delta arc had a whole bunch of patrol missions instead of TFOs. Remember that? A lot of activity in Joint Command. The entire fleet is mobilizing for something big. The rest of the senior staff is being briefed in another area. Our orders are to meet with the Chief Logistics Officer, who's literally standing right in front of us.
You're just in time. Please follow me to Subcommander Cole.
Okay. I think we kind of have to replay the patrols, but either way, we're going to be shotgunning some negatives at them. Could you go slightly faster, please? Please. I'll push you. Shove. 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 Come on. Come on. Oh, my God. I like the idea of patrols, too, and they do eventually get good. But, that took a while to get there.
Good to see you again. We now know why the sphere generates vast amounts of omega particles. It is designed to use those particles as fuel to jump to any area of space. There is a space station that controls the jumps in close orbit of the sphere's star.
Go on.
Admiral Tuvok from Starfleet was selected to lead a small team to the station to try to disable it. With him is Dr. Eric Cooper, a scientist who has been studying Dyson and Iconian technology. Something's gone wrong. 2 hours ago, we received a distress signal from Tuvok. Please use the console to download the signal. Afterward, I'd like to hear your opinion of the situation.
Yeah, sure. Oh, Cooper's okay. I mean, he's already been through a lot with the Undine and the Borg.
Joint Command, please respond. This is Tuvok.
Sensors have detected a large Voth fleet moving toward the station. They have discovered us, and we have yet to complete our work. Communications with our ship are down. Our last contact with them indicated that they were having technical difficulties and may be forced to retreat to a safer location. I will be unable to stop a Voth advance without assistance.
Alright.
The attack on the Voth fleet will commence shortly. Captains, please return to your ships.
Tuvok and Cooper are stranded with an entire Voth fleet bearing down on them. I need you to fly to the station, rescue our team, and finish the mission. Our fleet will engage the Voth to help keep them distracted. But to avoid detection, you'll need to fly roughly 100 kilometers above the surface of the star.
I'm already cringing. God, I'm already cringing. I actually referenced this exact quest when we were playing Outer Wilds just a bit over a week ago. Let's do it.
Speak with the logistics officer assigned to brief your crew on the situation. With your permission, we can help your engineers set up a temporary modulation for your shield frequencies that should allow your ship to travel that close to the sun safely.
Hey. That sounds rad. Hey, look, it's Dylan Exel. Right there.
Greetings. Our engineers are working with your crew now to create a temporary modulation program that will help your shields protect your ship from the heat and radiation you will encounter on your way to the sun station. Your ship should be able to safely make the trip, but it won't be able to remain in orbit of the station.
Depends on how they are obtainable, Venters, because I agree with you overall, but you know those are just going to be monetized to hell and back.
We will need every available ship to fight the Voth. It would be best if your ship joined the fleet once you are aboard the station. Your goals on the station are to find Admiral Tuvok, assist him to shut down the sphere's jump capabilities, and then retreat before the Voth fleet arrives. Do you have any questions?
If the Dreadnought's with the fleet, what's our escape plan?
Admiral Tuvok traveled to the station in a new starship, specifically designed to withstand the conditions there. The Dyson has reported some technical issues, but they should still be in transporter range. It will be standing by to assist you when you've completed your mission.
Understood. Now, several bits of the science of this mission are nonsense, but this... God, this gets to me so hard. I've said it before and I've said it again. Stars just are a level of terror I have trouble dealing with normally. That's the fleet up there. We're down here. Like, if you were paying attention, this was getting to me during Outer Wilds as well. This is just... Ugh. Captain, we're approaching the surface of the star. The modifications for the shields are holding up, but they won't keep us safe for long. Let's go, then. I mean, down and up are relative, so we're going to say that they're up and leave it be. You know what? I need a harvest in space for my endeavor. I'm going to go ahead and do that while I'm here. Yes, the sun is a deadly laser. God. I was actually thinking about it. Let's imagine for a moment that Star Trek Online is a, let's call it a typical MMO. You put in a subscription fee, you have access to all the stuff. And what do you think would be the best method to make ships obtainable under that format? You know, remove the real money equation entirely. You cannot buy ships, period. Can't hail Tuvok. Let's try to deal with these inhibitors. Ironically, the correct answer, God, that's freaking me out so hard, is probably, I'm sorry, I know it's just some stupid graphic, but God, the thought of being this close to a star is absolutely freaking me out. We could probably use multiple different methods of obtaining it, right? Like, there could be one that, there could be relatively simple ships, like, you know that Solanae thing we get from the quest? Well, there you go, we get that from just doing the quest. So there would be quest ships, and those would probably be relatively lower tier, like the tier 5 stuff. But, you know, serviceable, right? Still feasible. We'd probably have rep ships. We'd probably have event ships. I imagine we'd have instance ships, either as drops or as rewards for doing like a hard mode of an instance. Like you do the Breach Epic and you get a Voth ship, right? Something like that.
Your arrival is timely. The Voth are already on the station. I am with Dr. Cooper, but many of the other members of our team have been killed. Any assistance you can render would be useful. I recommend that you speak to your crew before transport. Your vessel will not be able to remain in range for long.
Right. Captain, the ship will suffer irreversible damage if we stay this close. Alright, support the fleet once I get out of here. Beam me down to the station in orbit of the sun.
Greetings. I am Admiral Tuvok. The man behind the crates is Dr. Eric Cooper, the Federation Science Council's expert on Dyson technology.
Yes. Hello, I'm Dr. Cooper.
Matt Cooper.
Allow me to brief you on the situation, so we may determine the best plan of action. Main power is offline. I am not sure what caused this disruption, but the event was fortunate. The darkness is a distinct tactical advantage. There are manual overrides in each room. I have temporarily disabled the one between us and the Voth. Unfortunately, the Dyson's captain did not survive the Voth's initial assault.
What can you tell me about this station?
There are 2 generator rooms that control much of the station's operations. The generator room to the south controls the power. The control room to the west, where the Voth are, maintains the station's jump capabilities. It is imperative we reach the west control room and disable it before the Voth jump this sphere back to their space. The release of the Omega particles needed for this reaction would be catastrophic.
How many Voth are between us and the control room?
More than the 2 of us can safely engage.
Say that.
Defeat would be certain. However, if we restore main power, we can use the station's automated defenses to even the odds, if we can avoid being targeted by them ourselves. I understand you have extensive combat experience. Do you have any suggestions?
Let's make our way to the generator room.
We're moving away from the Voth, right?
Shut up, Cooper. I mean, it's funny you say that, Kay, because if you think about it, that's just normal for science. I mean, fire is a great fuel source. Well, okay. Fire is a great thing for construction, but also destruction. A nuclear reactor and a nuclear bomb, blah, 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 blah. It just makes a degree of sense that the more power you require, either as a civilization or a ship or whatever, the more dangerous it's going to be.
Sensors are detecting a Voth battle mech ahead. I recommend we perform a more detailed scan to ensure it is deactivated.
I do like the Voth battle mechs. They're, for all intents and purposes, these are actually power armor, just bulky power armor. So it's not at the point where it's ridiculous, and honestly, they look pretty cool.
The pilot of this battlesuit may have been killed in the fighting. However, we do not know what else we will find on this station. We must move forward. The trapped Voth will be attempting to circumvent my modifications. What do you suggest?
Go ahead and protect Cooper. He's going to need your help. I got the rest of this. And someone asked how many admirals there are on Starfleet. Here's a random question. How many admirals are in the United States Navy in real life? I don't actually know the answer to this. I'm actually curious. But I bring it up because Starfleet's big. It would make sense that over a while there would be a lot of admirals, right? Especially since there's multiple tiers of admirals.
Sorry. I thought I saw something.
And multiple responsibilities for admirals.
Doctor. The defenses in here can be quite lethal.
It was awful. The sounds, the blood.
Again, I don't know, Avengers. Certainly not now.
I will stand watch while you and the doctor examine the generator.
If I understand this correctly, we can restore main power activating consoles that match the symbol up here. After the first one is activated, we'll only have 20 seconds to activate the other two. If we don't, the system will defend itself. Also, activating the wrong consoles will trigger the system's defenses. Be careful.
So, admittedly, I don't even blame you on this, Micromoto. That's hard for me to see that color. That's actually blue. You only see it from, like, that angle right there. Otherwise, it just looks like white. Anyway, it's this one.
That looks right.
Yeah, the lighting in here really bathes out a lot of the colors.
That looks right. That did it. The final console is unlocked.
You know the irony? They probably couldn't afford William Shatner, but Shatner is a legitimately excellent voice actor. I've actually talked about that before. Shatner's actually a better voice actor than he is an actor. And every time I hear him actually do proper voice acting, he's usually a spot of brightness in whatever he's voice acting in. So I would be totally down for getting Shatner in this. Yeah, Star Trek Legacy is a good example of that. My Little Pony is a good example of that. And actually, I was going to bring up the Elite Dangerous thing, because I do know he was one of the packs for that. I believe John Delancey did one as well.
This does not bode well. By restoring main power, we have released the locks, preventing the Voth from reaching our location. They will already be on the move. We will require Cooper's assistance to subvert the automated defenses for our own use. The Doctor is an expert in the technology found on the sphere. This is well within his capabilities.
Cooper?
What are we going to do? The Voth will be here any second, and I don't think they're in the mood to take prisoners. Please, you have to get me out of here. I'm not like you and Tuvok. I'm much too important to die here.
Really? If you help us, you asshole, we'll get you out of here alive.
My help? What could I do? You and Tuvok have done everything so far. I don't even know how to use a phaser. I just want to go back to my lab. I was never meant for field work.
One of the dialogue options is, get it together, I'll not die here because of your idiocy.
Tuvok said that? Well, maybe. I might know the technology, but I don't work well under pressure. I need time and space to think, and I need to be able to do my work without fear of being killed. I can't help you. I'm sorry.
Cooper, I believe in you. You can do this.
All right. I'll try. If we're here, and the station's defenses are active, but we're not under attack. But if that's the case, wait. I can do this. Just give me a moment.
You have one moment, Cooper.
I think if I try this...
Dr. Cooper, we require a solution.
I'm working on it.
You'll open a portal to the sun.
If I can just try that...
Wait.
Yes, I have it. I've done something. I'm not ready for what's being thrown at me here. Maybe I could activate the beams or something else?
Allow me, Doctor. Fascinating. With this exposed, I can manually activate the defenses in the next room. However, there is another possibility.
What do you got?
Instead of activating the defenses to assist you, I can reroute the power to attempt to send a message to our stranded ship. It may not help, but we have been out of contact for hours. Your options are activating the defense beams, activating swarmers, or using none of them.
What are our odds without any defenses?
Slim enough that I cannot recommend it. However, if you choose to do so, I will support you.
Very well, we will do it without any support.
I'll wait here. You go on ahead.
Because I'm an arrogant SOB. Hey, Ben Smack. Obviously, I'm streaming today, but I know a couple people who are waiting on it. Hello. There we go. Yeah, don't worry. It's an extra powerful portal to the sun today.
More Voth inbound. Prepare yourself.
There they go. There they are. I wish the portal to the sun did more damage, especially since it's portal to the sun.
Voth commanders are approaching.
But, like, part of why I wish it did more damage is it looks like it does tons of damage. It just doesn't, you know? It's good damage, don't mistake me, but it should be like the super nuke. It should be the 2-minute cooldown of, I want whatever I'm looking at to die.
Move forward. Be on your guard.
Instead, it's actually part of your regular rotation. Literally, you can have 100% uptime on it.
A Voth soldier is activating the battlesuit.
No, that's exactly my point, Kay. It doesn't have a cooldown to speak of. It has like a 25-second cooldown or something like that. And it lasts for longer than that. So.
That was an explosion of sufficient magnitude to cause a breach. Doctor, what is your status?
I'm fine. The Voth can't get in.
Great. On this station, which I remind you is orbiting very close to the surface of a star, we just had a large-scale explosion, which caused a breach.
May want to put a shield up around the next door before you open it.
Thanks for the warning. Yeah, so...
It would appear all that is between us and our goal is the vacuum of space. My modifications successfully locked the Voth out of this area. However, there was an armed Voth battlesuit in the corridor. The station's automated swarmers attacked, and this is the result.
Like we're able to tiptoe through here without issue, and the Voth are like, and just screw up everything. Try to contact the Dyson again, they could transport us across. Should we wait for Cooper?
I'm here. Wait.
Doctor, we require a way to access the other areas of the station. Your thoughts?
I have an idea, but you may not like it. Those
hate it.
EV suits over there. They have maneuvering jets that we could use on the outside of the station. I've looked them over, and they should be able to withstand the heat of the sun.
Should?
Well, nothing will withstand that much heat and radiation for long. The suits appear to be designed for use in the shadow of the station. But, technically, they can keep us safe. For a little while.
They will have to suffice. We have no other logical option.
I'm not even going to begin to talk about an EV suit that can withstand the power of the sun. Or a sun.
Doctor, are you going to prepare your suit?
Me? Of course not. It's far too risky for me to go out there.
We will need to convince Cooper to overcome his fear and help us complete our mission.
Do you really need me out there? Internal comms are still active. I could just tell you what you have to do. I really can't stand any more stress. I have no idea why Admiral Tuvok chose me for this project. I'm not trained for field work. If I get home alive, I'm writing a letter to the Federation Science Council. I'll file a formal complaint.
Is there another reason you won't bring Go? Are you sabotaging us?
Sabotage you? What do you mean? It's true the suits will work. Why would I lie to you?
You could be a spy in disguise.
Why would you think that? Fine. I'll show you I'm telling the truth. I'll put on a suit and go with you.
That was actually easier than I expected it. Yeah, I was gonna say, these EV suits should be the most amazing armor ever made. These things should make, like, fantasy armor blush. If they can temporarily withstand the heat of the sun. Okay, so. How many of you have ever done what I just did? And yes, I did that on purpose. So you actually do have to switch to this specific EV suit. And then... hang on. Uh-oh, we might have a problem. Hang on. Yeah, no, we have an interesting problem. Okay. Well, let's take off the Red Angel suit. Unequip the Solanae suit. Re-equip the Solanae suit. Huh. That's interesting. Huh. That's a problem. Maybe... no? Yeah, so there should be a button right here to activate it. That button is not there. That's why I took off the Red Angel suit, because the Red Angel suit, you see that button right here? That's where that button should be. It's not there. And I've right-clicked it several times if you've been paying attention to try and manually activate it that way. That's not happening either. Can't, Ventures. It's not real armor, so it can't go over there. Hey, that worked. Okay. Okay, you see this dinky little button here? I don't even know what that button is. In fact, I don't think I've ever really interacted with that button before, but apparently that switches it. Now, that should not work that way, for the record. That is still a bug. It should not only have activated automatically, but it also should have had a button that I could turn it on to switch to it manually, like I was trying to do. So, for future reference, for anybody having that issue, that's how you skip that bug. I should probably mention that I've died on this several times, but, you know, in the manner of which I just forgot, as opposed to it being buggy, which is, you know, let's go and discard these while we're here. There we go. Get rid of these stupid things. Get rid of these stupid things. There we go. Okay, let's go.
I can do this. I can do this. I can do this.
So this is kind of the jetpack controls with a huge amount of momentum. This can actually be kind of hard to control. Pretty sure they made this darker too, probably because it used to be blinding.
There is a large piece of debris blocking the station's entrance.
I do love the sound design for this section, though.
There is a large amount of debris blocking the entrance. It will be impossible for us to move it without assistance. I can scan the area for anything that may be of use. There are two objects of interest. The first is the remains of a Voth battlesuit. There is a mortar payload within it that we can place onto the debris. The second is the remains of a swarmer, specifically a miniaturized communications device. We could use it to detonate the mortar remotely.
You get the communicator, I'll get the payload. Admiral? Admiral. Once again, remember the in-game music is on right now. It just goes quiet for this section. And yeah, this navigating with this jetpack takes some work. It actually plays not all that dissimilar from Outer Wilds, just less precise. There's a lot of momentum you have to deal with out here. believe it, my kimono.
I suggest flying a safe distance before activating the charges.
I hope you like the jellyfish, Justin.
The door is sealed. Any ideas, Doctor?
There should be a manual release for the locks above us.
This is the worst part right here. We've got to fly up there. And it's... the terrain makes it a bit trickier than it looks. So... it's really easy to go out and, you know, burn to death. So we're just going to go straight up. Cancel some of that momentum. I've actually done this quest quite a few times. I forget if it's the Solanae suit you get for this. But, so, we were talking about how you could get different ships. If you'll notice, here we go. We can get the Solanae Deflector, Hyper-Efficient Impulse, and Resilient Shield. If you're paying attention, that's part of a set. But you can only get one of them. This is actually a semi-interesting way to do this, and there's actually several quests which are like this, where an entire set, well, most of a set, is available within one quest, encouraging you to go back through it multiple times. So I had that suit for a long time, you know, the Solanae suit, or set, excuse me. There we go. Now back out. Whoop, 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 whoop. Yeah, encouraging replay, exactly. So yeah, I've actually done this mission quite a few times. Probably close to like 6 times at this point. Wait, did I miss one? Oh shoot, I missed... I forgot about the other two. I was just talking about that too. I got distracted by Kay. I apologize, Kay. This is my fault. Okay. Up, up, up. There we go. And cancel momentum before we go over the edge. Cancel momentum. Cancel momentum. Okay. Cancel again.
The doors are open. Dr. Cooper and I will wait for you inside.
Thanks, Admiral. Okay.
These suits are fried. I doubt they'll be much use anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, get my suit back on. All right.
Something has closed the doors. Most unsettling.
I think the station's defenses are activating.
I mean, it's surrounding a star, Ivan Mistwalker, so it's pretty big.
We should move forward before more defenses activate. Use caution. The Windows shields are malfunctioning in this area.
Really?
The shadows of those consoles should provide a measure of safety.
Are you sure? Yeah, no, this whole thing is completely terrifying. Is there such a thing as sunphobia? Is that a thing? I'm not looking up at the sky. I mean, like
Our
this.
destination is ahead.
I'm glad it's pretty mild, period. As for me, I am still playing the Star Trek game, currently trying to navigate through a space station that is hovering just over the surface of a star, period. See, that's why I had to rip off his head, Reggie.
We must power down the room's shielding to access the control panels.
That sounds like a terrible idea.
The doctor and I will continue our work while you disable the lower panels.
Oh no, you wouldn't feel a thing at all. You wouldn't even... It wouldn't even... You would not be aware of your death coming. You would just die. So, whether you like this or not is up to you. But you'll notice how they're going out of their way to try and have more video gamey elements to the level design. I like it personally. And again, that's another reason why this is formally in the Kata era of this game. Some of these gimmicks actually work for me. Some of them do not.
Reactivate the shields and we can complete our mission.
Because, yeah, some of these gimmicks can get irritating.
The honor of deactivating the station is yours.
Thanks, Admiral. Yeah, let's deactivate the station that's in orbit. Wait a second.
There we go. The deactivation program is moving nicely.
Doctor, I'm detecting something curious. Energy levels in the gateway in front of us are rising at an exponential rate. It appears to be activating.
What? Let me check. Oh, this is not good. The gateway is designed to be an escape hatch in the event this station goes offline. We cannot deactivate the jump protocols without activating the gateway as well.
Is there any way to override the protocols?
None that I can see. If we want to stop the jump, we have to activate that gate.
It seems we have little choice. Your thoughts?
As Tuvok said, we have no choice. If we want to stop this sphere from moving, we need to activate the gateway. Our time here is limited. The Voth will return in force. We have to do this now. There is no other option.
Fine. Let's do it.
I'm so sorry. I wish I could have found a better way. I failed you both.
Do not dwell on this. If there was another option, we would have found it. One moment. We are being hailed. Tuvok here.
Chief Engineer Tarkram of the Dyson here, Admiral.
Acknowledged, Chief. Are all of your systems restored?
The opening of the gateway cleared up the ambient distortion disruptions. Do you need transport?
Yes, I want to get off this station now.
We are ready to depart. Chief, do you have a lock?
Admiral Tuvok, come in!
Dyson, 3 to beam up.
Yeah, thank you.
You need to get out of the hot zone. Move!
Jesus Christ. The moment there was a... You should have just beamed them up immediately instead of... Admiral, are you there? Hello? Why don't you answer anymore? God, people are dumb. At least Tuvok had a grain of competency. What's the next thing he said? Beam us the crap out of here. I mean, you're not even joking, Reggie. How many episodes?
We're going to die! We're going to die!
That is a distinct possibility. How many episodes are they like, sir, are you sure? Are you okay? They like, no, no! If only there was something we could do, he says as he's pounding on the transporter controls. Damn it! They're lost forever and we can't save them.
We have a lock on you, sir. Just give the word.
Get me out of here! So, the Voth ship goes through the gate we just opened, and...
Good to have you on board, sir. I'm Chief Engineer Tarkram. The fleet and your ship are still engaged with the Voth, but several Voth ships are making their way towards the gateway. One of their dreadnoughts has already passed through. As the only available ship, we have orders to stop the other Voth from entering the gateway.
Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so, we already showed one roleplay ship. That was the carrier we showed off earlier. But now they start doing what they're really going to start doing. And I've mentioned this before. This is when this really took hold. We get temporary control of a ship that they sell. This is one of the Dyson Intel cruisers, I believe, specifically. There's a Romulan, Klingon, and a Federation version. And we get to pilot the Federation one and see what it's like. It has its own unique little abilities here, because, you know, that's its little gimmick. Apparently they sold the Obelisk carrier as well. I didn't actually know that. And we have a couple of unique abilities, like Tuvok's Synchronized Barrage, or Attack Pattern Tuvok 1. It's pretty nice, actually. Unfortunately, well, we'll see. We, of course, have advanced metaphasic shields, like you do. I'll say a lot of these ships tend to be event rewards. Not all of them. Yeah, like the Obelisk, I never bought the Obelisk. I just got that for doing, you know, the mission. Or the event, or whatever the hell it was at the time. Oh, yeah, so, hang on. So, yeah, this is a very strange ship. It's got aft arrays and forward banks, which means you can attack a thing at all directions, but not with everything at the same time. It's a bit of a weird one. We've got a big ol' heal from the engineer, of course, and we got Tuvok's abilities, so that's always nice. Listen, stop thinking about the fact that we're orbiting over the surface of a star. Because I'm not thinking about it. Ever again. That's irritating. There's just it's a big old thing of cornbread down there. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's cool. It's really like it's old moldy cornbread. Ironically, if we took care of their shields, they should probably just die, but I don't think the engine can even support that. Like, let's be honest, that's window dressing. It's purely cosmetic. I'm legitimately not sure if they're capable in this engine to do something like that.
There are no more Voth in the vicinity, but one dreadnought did go through the gateway. If my readings are correct, it is passing into another Dyson sphere, this one deeper in the Delta Quadrant. If the Voth are allowed to enter another sphere, they will try to claim it, as they have fought to claim this one.
Let's go.
Navigational readings indicate we are in the Delta Quadrant. However, we are inside a Dyson sphere, and there are no known structures of this type in this region. I'm detecting the presence of a Starfleet vessel, the USS Gold. That ship disappeared on a survey of the Jenolan Dyson sphere at the precise instant the Iconian Gateway network was reset to save New Romulus.
So this is kind of horrifying if you think about it.
This sphere was discovered by the crew of the USS Jenolan in 2294. The USS Enterprise D rescued Montgomery Scott, a survivor of the Jenolan 75 years later. However, it now appears that the Jenolan sphere had the same jump capabilities as the Solanae and moved to this location with the Gold inside.
So what's the status of the Gold?
I am detecting disabled systems on the Gold, but there is no weapons damage. Also, sensors indicate that the Voth Dreadnought has its weapons armed, but has not fired. What do you suggest?
Hail the Gold. And gather some stuff in space, because I need that for my endeavor. And yeah, the port there gives away that this is the Relics one much easier. I forgot about the fact that this sphere jumped, which is why I was like, wait a second.
Thank the prophets. I knew someone would find us. We were on a routine survey in the Jenolan Dyson sphere when something happened. Systems that have been dormant for centuries activated. The energy readings were off the scale. Then a flash and...
Okay.
My nav computer claims we're in the Delta Quadrant. If that's right, this entire Dyson sphere somehow moved itself more than 50,000 light years from its previous position. Since then, we've been stuck. I would have taken Voyager's path back home if we could get out of the sphere. The doors were locked tight and the gateway powered down as soon as we arrived.
So that'd be a hell of a fate, wouldn't it? You're locked inside of a Dyson sphere, which even if you could get out of, is 50,000 light years that away.
Glad to have the help. Supplies are running low. But what was that ship that just passed us? Shares some signs of Voth tech, but our databanks don't have anything like that.
Explain.
Another Dyson sphere? It's taken us 40 years to study this one, and we're not even close to understanding it. And if that ship was Voth, it would explain why they ignored our hails. They came in with their weapons armed and then simply stopped. Didn't see us as a threat.
That's because you're not a threat to them. That's a Voth Dreadnought. That's the kind of thing that pulled the Voyager inside of it. You are that dinky little thing. I'm not even sure what that ship is, actually, off the top of my head. What is that? No, whatever.
The ship set course for the sealed door and is just sitting there. They're ignoring us. I promised my crew we'd get home. If you could send over a team with some spare components, I can get this ship ready to travel.
Yeah, we'll transport a few over.
I have extensive experience with the Voth. While they are arrogant, it is not like them to completely ignore a potential threat. It may be that they sense a greater danger. I suggest we approach and attempt to hail them. Voyager found that some Voth were open to negotiation. We should make every attempt to find a peaceful solution.
Sure. Well, we've been dealing with nothing but Voth for, like, months of real lifetime, so... We've killed literally thousands of Voth at this point. Surely they're willing to listen to us by now. I'll kill as many of you as I need to until you start listening to me. Okay.
The Voth are moving towards the door.
Tuvok?
Your query will have to wait, Doctor. Shields are down and we...
You're not...
You're not Cooper.
The weak shall perish.
So, pineapple.
Captain, the Undine outside of the sphere are powering weapons. The mammalian ship is still disabled.
Arm all weapons. We will destroy the creatures and then return for the mammals.
And they're dead. Blew open the hole, though.
I am unharmed, but we are in danger. We are deep within the Delta Quadrant, right where Cooper wanted us. We do not know how long this infiltrator has impersonated Cooper.
I do.
Or the extent of what he has done. However, I am quite familiar with the tactics of Species 8472. We will repel the Undine and survive to warn the Alpha Quadrant of the renewed threat.
So, yeah.
Finally, a worthy adversary for my new ship.
This fight can actually suck. We'll see how this goes. So you remember when I said, remember Pineapple at this exact moment in time? That was the exact moment in time which Cooper was replaced. It was way back during the Borg missions. But it wasn't actually the first time we met him.
Feel angry, Tuvok? Frustrated? You were so easy to manipulate.
I do not get angry. I rectify my mistakes.
One thing I do like about this ship, it's maneuverable.
Ships on approach. This vessel cannot defeat them alone.
You say that.
This ship can take it.
I have experience with the Undine. You do not. They are extremely dangerous.
Dude, I've been killing Undine all day. Give me a break. I mean, I guess canonically I haven't.
The Lisette is here to provide any assistance you require.
By the way, we're still on the same mission if you're paying attention. You know, that started with us going to the star and the station. It's a long mission to go through several times. Oh god, this is the worst ability of the Undine.
Tuvok, the Alpha Quadrant will burn because of you.
Many have tried before you. All have failed.
Anyways, the Undine have two abilities that really piss me off. One is they shoot out those blobs of guck, which basically destroy your ability to navigate while you're in them. The other
battleships
is that.
3 battleships? That may be a problem.
We hold here. None of the Undine get through.
It's basically a tractor beam, and it drags you into it. And it leaves a debuff. You see how long it took me to be able to turn properly after that?
The Borderskew is here. Now the real fight can begin.
Yeah, the soap bubbles suck.
More of a fight.
It is not over yet, Captain. 2 Undine dreadnoughts are approaching.
So this is the other Klingon ship I mentioned I like. It's the Borderskew. I forget the class of the ship. Maybe it's just the Borderskew. But I like that thing. Looks like a frickin' shotgun. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed the Voth, because they are, for all intents and purposes, no longer part of the narrative. Now we're fighting the Undine. In fact, we have effectively just entered the Undine arc. It's going to have some other things. There's going to be some Voth War. There's going to be some other stuff. But it's all Undine all the time now. Yeah, I don't like Corrin either. By contrast, Jarok is awesome. And not just because of the connection to TNG. She's actually pretty awesome. I don't know what you're talking about. It's all Undine all the time. main villains from now on. Hi, Huthor. Ready for the main arc of the game, the Undine War.
You only delay the inevitable.
No, Makrona. Well,
good to see you.
Maybe.
We would have arrived sooner, but there was a Voth fleet in the way.
Possibly not.
Congratulations on a successful mission. Now the Romulan Republic will take over. We'll set up a command center for further operations. I'm sure Command will contact you when your presence is needed.
I don't think the Republic has the authority for that.
No, this ends now. Our generosity to the Romulans can only extend so far. The Klingon Empire claims this Dyson sphere as its own. Starfleet and the Republic would be wise to keep their distance. Or else.
Okay, the Solanae sphere is controlled by the Alliance. Why would this one be any different?
Oh? Are you prepared to back that statement with action? The Klingon Empire has restrained itself again and again in an attempt to maintain this alliance with the Romulans. I think it's time I remind you of what happens when a Klingon loses patience.
You're really stupid.
Fighting over this sphere is not an option. It would divide our strength. Precisely what would benefit the Undine. The Voth chose to fight instead of cooperate. They were destroyed. We can choose not to be enemies. It is time we did so.
Well, Corrin, because you're the problem here.
The Klingon Empire will not sit and wait while the Federation and Romulans continue to claim these powerful weapons for themselves. This conversation is not over.
I should probably mention that we technically already have political ownership over this sphere, because it was found in Federation space and had been studied by Federation scientists under Federation jurisdiction for 4 decades, which I believe is older than you are.
The Romulan Republic will continue to take responsibility for areas within our jurisdiction, but I do not wish to cause a rift in what has been a successful joint action.
And see how... That's why I say I like Jarok, but not Corrin. They're both kind of going for the same thing. They want this sphere politically for their faction. But one of them has a brain and one of them doesn't.
However, I will not be put in a position where I must choose between the Federation and the Klingon Empire. We have agreements on both sides that must be honored. Sub-Commander Cole can handle the details. I am a ship captain, not an administrator.
Very well.
Cooper's departure has lifted the miasma in my mind, an affliction that I did not even realize was there. He was influencing me. He used the psychic abilities of the Undine to influence my thoughts, and the results are an effect of my failure. I should have been able to detect his influence.
What now?
We have fulfilled our mission to neutralize the jump capabilities of the Solanae sphere, only to open up a gateway that the Undine can now use to reach our space. They will no longer have to create rifts from fluidic space. I know you assisted in the destruction of an Iconian gateway in fluidic space, but I fear the Undine still seek revenge for the disturbance of their home. I suggest we return to Sub-Commander Cole. We must attempt to save the fragile peace of the Alliance. We have fulfilled our mission to neutralize the jump capabilities of the Solanae sphere,
Tuvok.
Only to open up a gateway that the Undine can now use to reach our space.
The sphere is under Federation control.
This sphere is only accessible through an Alliance-controlled gateway.
I suggest
Then perhaps it is time to end this alliance.
We must attempt to save the fragile peace.
This is neither the time nor the place for this.
Commander Jarok is correct. The Undine are a threat to us all. Now they have direct access to our space. I propose a summit. We must decide together what we must do to protect the Alpha Quadrant. Our disputes may need to be put aside in the face of a greater enemy. I volunteer to mediate these talks. Dr. Cooper manipulated me to achieve his goals. It is only logical that I take responsibility for what has happened here.
Very well, Vulcan.
We will finish this later.
Blah, blah, blah. To be continued. Dun dun dun. I was gonna say, the Alpha Quadrant Alliance. Or the, Cardassians, I guess? They are technically part of the Alliance, they just don't really have a lot of presence in it. You know, I don't actually have any of this lying around. Let's go and grab a Solanae shield. Why not? Let's see what it looks like. Oh, does it not have an appearance? Ah. Oh well. Then I delete it immediately. I'll deal with it later. I mean, honestly, I don't know what the frickin' Klingons are thinking. I mean, I know what the Klingons are thinking. They're thinking, oh, that's really shiny. That bauble you've got there. Can I have it? I want it. I want it. I want it because it's mine. And that's what the Klingons are thinking here. You see, Quark. What's the name of the quest we just did? Step between the stars. Klingons, when written well, my opinion, are awesome. Klingons, when written badly, are Enterprise. Or Discovery. Alright. So then we fight some Undine. Now, the Undine are now a problem. So, the Genolan sphere is currently being disputed by the Federation, Klingon, and the Republic. However, I believe access to the sphere should be a secondary concern because the Undine are slightly bigger of a frickin' problem. By the way, notice this is yet another set for one quest. This is the Counter Command Profession set. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is the one that also dovetails into the rep one, right? I'm trying to remember, because I know some of these do that, and I forget which one's which. Yep, okay, just making sure. Why am I over here? Yep, okay, I was right. This is also when they started giving out lots more gear than they used to. In a good way. A lot of the pluses I've already given this game for the variety of consoles and sets and just all the tons of stuff that make the build gameplay in this game so damn good. A lot of that didn't really start until, honestly, the arcs we're doing right now. Most of the old stuff was kind of crap. I mean, we had the Mako stuff, the Omega stuff, and then the randomly generated stuff, and that was kind of it.
Last time on
So, remember I mentioned a gap in story, or in content.
we have to consider
They had to do a whole cinematic just to cover the
as well as
amount of time it had been.
I see now my deception has been exposed. Starfleet has lost too many ships and too many good men and women to a fight we now know was caused by Iconian and Undine influence.
Is that...
An Iconian gateway? Yes, I believe it is.
Into the gateway, now!
Are all those markers Iconian gateways?
Sir, we've been scanning the gateway. The monitors on the bridge are all showing an Omega.
Welcome to the Delta Quadrant. We are within the Solanae Dyson sphere, a spherical structure built around a star.
We now know why the sphere generates vast amounts of Omega particles. It is designed to use those particles as fuel to jump to any area of space.
It now appears that the Genolan sphere had the same jump capabilities as the Solanae, and moved to this location.
You're not Cooper.
We will repel the Undine, and survive to warn the Alpha Quadrant of the renewed threat. The Undine are a threat to us all. I propose a summit. We must decide together what we must do to protect the Alpha Quadrant. Our disputes may need to be put aside in the face of a greater enemy.
And now, the continuation.
You're gonna have to watch the VODs for that, Kay, because I pointed out the exact moment in it. It's when I say pineapple.
Welcome to the Delta Quadrant. I will admit that I did not expect to be here with Voyager again. It is agreeable. Thank you for agreeing to attend this conference and supporting my position on the Undine. However, reaching a consensus today will be difficult. Many different agendas will be represented here today. I will speak to you in person shortly. Tuvok out.
I hate how my...
Genolan Dyson sphere. Please beam down to these coordinates.
I hate how my ship dwarfs the Intrepid. It really should be about the size of the Intrepid for how it looks. Not this colossal Star Destroyer thing. Damn, Sean.
Good to see you. I'd say you're right on time, but it looks like everyone else wants to be fashionably late. We're still finishing preparations for the conference, and Admiral Tuvok is already there. The Klingon and Romulan delegates will arrive soon, so we should head inside as soon as you're ready.
Lead on, Captain. I mean, it's better than Picard. Am I right, Gay? We're currently in the Genolan sphere.
Thank you for joining us here. We need assistance with preparations for the conference. The Romulan and Klingon delegations are still in private deliberations, but other delegates are arriving. Several preliminary tasks remain before we can begin the presentation. Your support in this matter would be appreciated.
Of course, Admiral. Go talk to some people. Looks like there's an argument between the Cardassian and the Bajoran emissaries.
This Cardassian thug is trying to push Bajor out of this conference. We have as much of a right to be represented here as any other world, more than the Cardassians. They're not even part of the Federation or the Klingon Empire.
Please remain calm. What's the nature of this dispute?
I simply inquired about the ambassador's presence at the conference. After all, Bajor is a member of the Federation. Ambassador Sugihara is capable of representing them, along with the Deltans, Andorians, Vulcans, and everyone else, even the Tellarites. Though I suspect they'd argue that point rather robustly.
One of the diplomatic option is to say, you're both diplomats, work this out. Your people are depending on you, don't get ejected over a quarrel. And yeah, this didn't used to be Garrick. In fact, yep, no, it does look like him, but he's still labeled. Oh no, he is actually labeled as Garrick now, holy crap. Yeah, this used to be Asshole. Now, Garrick, that's an unfair characterization. The Bajorans have a gateway to the Gamma Quadrant in their space for decades. We value their experience and their opinion.
Indeed. One wonders how well that gateway would have fared if Deep Space Nine was of Bajoran manufacture rather than Cardassian. The Federation's track record on wormhole security is far from ideal. One only needs to consider the multiple Dominion occupations of the station for proof of that point.
This is a distraction. The problems represented here are larger than a single world or a single wormhole.
The Federation has never made a policy of preventing member worlds from overseeing their own interests in conjunction with Federation efforts. Or is Bajor going to be treated differently than other member worlds?
We can't have an open and honest conference unless all parties are willing to engage in meaningful dialogue without shutting out members of the galactic community. Neither Bajor nor Cardassia are getting excluded.
Well said. Perhaps there's hope for this conference yet. I'm quite willing to put this disagreement behind us in the interest of the bigger picture.
Thank you, Counselor. Now, I love Garrick and his voice actor, but if you're paying attention, I believe all of his dialogue here is just the same dialogue it used to be, re-recorded for Garrick instead of Asshole. So it doesn't really sound like Garrick, because it literally isn't. I think they changed a few tidbits there, but I'm not familiar with it enough to be one-to-one, so don't quote me on that. Pretty sure Rom wasn't here last time, too. Grand Nagus Rom. But yeah, Garrick's... this is going to sound weird. Garrick's not an asshole. He may be right. He's even a bit of a troll, but he doesn't violate Rule 0. And he also knows when not to push. Where do you want me posted, sir? Get to the... there.
Where do you want me posted, sir?
Over by the Klingons.
Where do you want me posted, sir?
Over by the Romulans. Thank you. And thank you, Random. Hopefully we won't have the double talking bug like we did in the other DS9 arc. Because that was just bad. I will put that towards Mother 3.
The preliminary tasks are...
Blah, blah, blah. Hopefully your day is going as well as it can. Lol, okay. If I really wanted to, I could probably pull up my own lore run of this game, which was done before the Gamma Quadrant arc. It was a while ago. And... you know, just do a side-by-side comparison. I swear there was, like, one other conversation I could join in on. I guess not. STO goes well. We've finally gotten into the Cataclysm equivalent, so the quality has gone up substantially. I think we've only given out, like, 2 negatives total since we hit the Cata stuff. And much more positives than that. I guess not. Whatever. Oh, and we got stuck in the ground. Oh, and we're... there we go. There we go. We're okay. We're okay.
Thank you for your assistance. Please take the opportunity to speak with the various delegates. Having an understanding of the positions of each representative will facilitate more effective negotiations.
Proconsul.
Thank you for the invitation. Starfleet certainly knows how to organize their meetings on a grand scale. I trust that the Republic will be able to take a leadership role in studying this sphere. The extensive knowledge we've gained from the Solanae sphere should give us an advantage here. And, after all, the gateway that leads to both of these spheres is in Republic space.
Notice Datan's voice actor is better. I never really liked his previous voice because he was bland and felt like he was reading lines from a piece of paper. Now, it's not like this is the best voice actor ever, but in my opinion, this is a noticeable jump up in quality. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I need to jot down something really quick while I'm thinking about it. That's not the only thing we have to decide here, Proconsul. What about the Undine?
Yes, the Undine. Very interesting. My security advisors have been looking over the data, and we are all very curious to hear what you and Admiral Tuvok have to say on the matter.
Thank you for your attending, Proconsul. Please take your position. Yeah, I was going to say, I think this is when the SAG actually got involved. Or rather, just before this. I should be more clear about that. We talked about that earlier, how all the old voice actors were just, Bob from accounting. And oh my god, it showed. We've heard some of the old voice acting, as we've been covering, all the old and the terrible content, but wow. So, Xindi. You remember them.
The Xindi are here to support Admiral Tuvok's call for cooperation. We know what tragedies befall a people who are being manipulated by outsiders, as we once were. The Undine's lies and manipulation remind us of the Sphere Builders, whose deceptions led us to make one of the greatest mistakes in our history. There are 5 races on my world. We all know reaching a consensus can be difficult, but the Xindi are living proof that if we put aside animosity, our differences can make us stronger.
I like this, because it makes sense that the Xindi would insist on having a delegate here. They're part of the Federation at this point historically, but again, he's absolutely right. The Xindi have been through all this crap before. Like, we helped get them out of it. Of course they want to be involved in this.
The Federation's position is quite clear. We believe the only way to safeguard the future of the Alpha and Beta quadrants is for all the galactic powers to behave as reasonable entities and work together to oppose those who would threaten our worlds. It doesn't matter if that threat comes from the Undine, the Borg, or the Iconians. The response is the same.
That was unexpectedly brief. Thank you, Ambassador. I talked to Rom, but it won't frickin' let me. Okay, so let me be clear, Random. You could enjoy this game without being into Trek, because it's still a good game on its own right. But you're going to get maybe 25% of the enjoyment of this game, as opposed to someone who is actually into Star Trek. This is a Star Trek game. It was designed, and in many ways is a continuation of the show, after the show got cancelled after Nemesis and Enterprise Season 4. Now, that opinion can vary, and there's obviously a bit of a gradient here going on, but my overall point is, this game ties up so much of the shows, and so much of the movies, and so many of the concepts, and makes it work. You're just not going to get any of that if you don't know what they're tying together. You could see the Doomsday device and think, oh my god, but it doesn't mean anything to you, outside of the obvious. It's a dumb example, but, whatever.
I sincerely hope that the Federation is not wasting our time here. If your presentation is to explain the threat posed by the Undine, let me spare you the effort. The Klingon Empire has been aware of this threat for quite some time now.
Thank you, Ambassador.
You've spoken with representatives of all of the delegations. You should return to Admiral Tuvok.
We are almost ready to begin. Will you complete the final preparations for the conference while I speak to Captain Sean? After that, your assistance in encouraging everyone to take their seats would be appreciated.
Understood. And yeah, Master of Overskill is correct. If you want a game where you can go do Mythic Pluses, or you could do the FF14 equivalent, which I can't think of the name of right now, Savage tiering, or if you want to do that new dungeon thing they've talked about in FF14, which isn't actually out yet, or if you want to do the PvP cycle, if you want to do any of that stuff, this game is not for you. To be as blunt about that as possible. There's some hard mode stuff in this game, but there is functionally no real end game in STO. There arguably never has been. You play this game to have fun with the quests, have fun with the missions, and enjoy the story and how it connects things. There's some TFOs, and there's some reputation grinds, and then there's the adventure zones. And that's it. I love this game to death, but I tend to play it off and on, pretty much specifically for that reason. Pop on, play a bunch of stuff, and then walk away for a while. Oh, absolutely, Junk Garage. Yeah, you know, they had a whole cinematic because of that content drought. And again, this is kind of reintroducing players to it. So what they were trying to do here, and arguably they failed at this, they were trying to pull what World of Warcraft did back when they added a tutorial to the game. So WoW, for good and for bad, has been trying to lower the barrier to entry to get into the game for years now. And I think it's succeeded, personally. They've done a lot to make the early game a lot more smooth. Of all of the many, many problems that MMOs suffer, you know, like Guild Wars 2, right? Guild Wars 2 Vanilla, or FF14 and ARR, or STO and all the crap we had to slog through last week, etc., right? Almost every MMO has the old and the terrible. WoW has actually the only one that might, you know, bypass that by virtue of the fact that it has so many systems in place to help you get into the good stuff relatively early on. In fact, pretty much immediately as soon as playing the game. BC is still there, but you're not. It's not like you start the game and you have to go through BC to get to Wrath to get to Kata, right? Anyways, getting back to my point. The point is, I feel like this section is more of a tutorial thing as an attempt to try to lower that barrier to entry because, and now here's a strange one, a lot of event quests or major quests like this one, when they first come out, ignore the usual level requirements. So when this was new, you could do this as, I believe, a level 10 captain, all the way up to a level, 65, or excuse me, I think it was 60 at the time, captain. So it makes sense that they have this kind of tutorial thing here for what is effectively a reboot. Again, we're in Kata now. Effectively a reboot of the game. It was 10. Okay, thank you. Because you could literally start the game, go through the tutorial, and then come do this mission. Interesting inner sphere map of the sphere. Everyone take your seats, please. Take your seats.
I was just going. Don't rush me.
Hurry up. Chop chop.
Ah, it seems the time has come at last. Thank you for the reminder.
You're welcome, Counselor. Now, we'll talk about the whole new players versus old players thing later, because that's going to come up later. I think they do a good job with it here. The big content drought, the reinvention of how the game functions, I think this is a good time to put in, effectively, a tutorial as the welcome back quest. We'll see what they think of it in future quests.
I suppose we can begin.
Oh, yes, I will take my seat.
You can start the presentation from the control console.
I agree, Master of Overskill. It's one of the reasons I decided to start this quest during the Rising event, so the latest quest is not spoiled for everyone every time I load a screen.
The Undine represent a clear and present danger to not only the Federation, but also the Klingon Empire and Romulan Republic. The damage done here by a mere handful of ships is clear evidence for the need for cooperation.
With respect, Admiral, the Romulan Republic is quite capable of leading exploration and security measures here, just as we have led efforts to secure the Solanae sphere. My militia...
I find it interesting that the Federation suddenly has concerns about the Undine now. Where was the Federation when the Empire discovered Undine infiltrators in the Alpha Quadrant? Or is the Federation only interested now the Undine threatens something you want?
Given the exceptionally complicated nature of such...
Ambassador, given what we now know, that was a mistake. The Empire recognized the Undine threat years ago. We didn't.
Thank you, Sean.
You admit you are wrong?
The evidence provided by Admiral Tuvok and his team is sound.
Thank you, Captain Sean. However, dwelling on past mistakes will not solve the problems of the present.
Our fleet stands ready to protect both spheres from the Undine.
The Undine can wait. We have more important business to discuss. Who owns this sphere? I represent a consortium of businessmen on Ferenginar. We are prepared to invest significant venture capital into transforming this sphere into a vacation destination to rival Risa. I have a proposal of 500,000 bars of... What's that?
Tuvok to Voyager. Report.
A massive fleet of Undine vessels just appeared from a rift. They're setting a course for the gateway.
The Undine? What do they want?
Is that a stupid question?
Unknown. Direct to Lisette. Track their course.
Enterprise to Captain Sean. We're receiving a distress signal from Earth Space Dock.
Sean to Federation Fleet. Red alert. Prepare for immediate departure.
The Federation is our enemy, but the Undine attack like assassins in the night.
We will crush the Communicator!
A significant Undine force is headed for the Sol system. We must stop the Undine from breaching Earth's defenses.
Before we move forwards, people in chat mentioned this, but it needs to be re-emphasized how big of a deal it is that Sean just straight up said to the Klingon ambassador, as part of a formal delegation, we screwed up, we were wrong. That may sound strange, but that's actually very Klingon. We talked a lot about Klingon culture back during the Klingon story arc. But for all their honor and pride, actually a fairly big aspect of Klingon society is not trying to hide when you've made a mistake. Own up to it, right? To do otherwise is often considered dishonorable for various reasons, and is actually problematic for various reasons. So the fact that Sean did that to the ambassador is probably one of the biggest steps in mending the bond between the Alliance, between the Klingons and the Federation in, like, the last, I'd say at least 10 years, honestly. And I mean that sincerely. You'll also notice that the ambassador immediately is like, well, yeah, no, let's go help them. Like, right after that. And this is also going to lead into something that's coming up very soon. Forgive me for getting ahead of myself. And yeah, Ambassador Horrible was going for the corporate apology, absolutely. And there's reasons for the corporate apology, usually legal reasons. The Klingons don't give a damn about that. You don't give a corporate apology. This is diplomacy like 100. Know your target. Know the person you're being diplomatic to and with. You don't give a corporate apology to a Klingon. They're going to see right through it and be like, ah, yeah, okay, cool. And thank you, Shadow Machine. I thought Bayonetta 3 was on the list. I believe you if it's not. The list was up to date as of last night, so if it's not there, it's not there. I will absolutely put that towards Bayonetta 3. Yeah, the funny thing is, a lot of people like Sean, and if you've been playing through this with us, like if this has been your exposure to STO, you might be wondering why. Because Sean has been kind of up until now. That's because Sean is pretty awesome from now on. So. Thank you for double checking, Diabetes. I'm weirded out by that. That's coming out this year, too. I figured people would be into it. I'm so sorry, Baron.
Species 8472 has already boarded Earth Space Dock. Once we are through the gateway, we must render assistance as soon as possible.
I mean, this is the Cataclysm. This is the Season 3 of STO. Characters have gotten good, the writing's gotten better, the game design's gotten better. And there's this mission. This probably isn't going to get any positives,
I am picking up several
but I like what they did here a lot.
Curious. There are fewer Undine vessels than we witnessed using the gateway.
Any word from Starfleet Command?
Negative. The subspace relay booster network appears to be offline. I am reading Undine ships attacking Earth space dock, as well as attacks on the lunar colonies and the orbital habitat on the far side of Earth.
Let's friggin' do it.
Enterprise will clear the area around the lunar colonies.
We'll head towards ESD.
Fine. Jirok and I will clear the far side of the planet.
Good hunting.
Enterprise will set course for Luna.
Said that.
The Fortescue and the Lisette will lead the fight on the far side of Earth.
Earth is one of the most secure planets in the Federation. An attack this bold is unexpected.
My ship is operational. We will fall in and help you make a drive for the space dock.
Thanks. Hey, let me harvest some gas, because I need to finish this endeavor. Listen,
Sol will not be safe as long as Species 8472 vessels remain in the system.
I know that it's kind of a joke, because, you know, Earth almost never has any ships in range in, like, every Star Trek thing ever, but in reality land...
Earth's space dock is taking severe structural damage.
You're kidding. In reality land, Earth should have a hell of a defense force here. At all times. Even if it's on rotation. It's Earth. I do in fact have cannons. It's part of my multiple damage output thing, which is that ability right there. Yeah, anybody with a tactical brain can already tell you what the Undine are doing. I bet half of you in chat can already guess the tactics here. Yeah, you know what? You know what Earth should look like anytime somebody attacks Earth? It should look like the beginning of Episode 3. Revenge of the Sith.
If we do not hurry,
Jesus!
Space dock may be destroyed.
I think it technically already qualifies as destroyed, buddy. What I have aft is an Omni Phaser, the Cutting Beam, a Trilithium Enhanced Turret, and the Trilithium Enhanced Phaser Array. So all four of my aft can hit everything. I love the setup for my ship. My front, if you're not aware, is cannons and dual heavies, along with one torpedo. I punch out a ridiculous amount of firepower in front of me, especially if I get everything going. Which is why usually when I look at a ship, it blows up. I do have the Lorca set, yes. Anytime you see a ship go purple instead of exploding, that's actually the Lorca ship in action. Like that. What did I miss? Again, I thought about going pure energy, but again, part of my setup is to have multiple damage types. My torpedoes buff my energy weapons buff my torpedoes, and my cannons buff my phasers, and my phasers buff my cannon. The fact that the phasers buff the cannon is a minor thing, but the cannon buffing the phasers is huge. Oops. Forgot to support someone else, too. Well, let's go get some crafting materials while we're here. Yeah, the Lorca fire control is ridiculous. It's right up there with the DPRM, which I actually don't have. I know Pax is thinking about getting the Atlas. Literally just get the DPRM, and I don't blame him.
Undine ships are still present. Our work here is not complete.
Well, let's deal with them then. I'm actually a miracle worker.
There are still Undine ships in the system. We must eliminate them.
Yeah, but you can get it with the event, Micromono. This one right here, or no, excuse me, this one right here allows you to pick the Atlas. Or the Eloba, I forget which, but I think it's one of them lets you get it.
Inbound.
So he's going to get that as his annual thing. I'm still probably going to get the low buy.
Planet were no match for Klingon warriors.
And yes, I do, Reggie.
Lunar colony secure.
I was pretty sure the choice lets you pick up the Atlas.
We will put an end to this together.
Which is funny, because he's going to effectively be getting that... He's using his annual thing to get the console. And nothing else. But yeah, I'm probably getting the low buy. There's a lot of consoles I could get with that. And some ships, which are effectively consoles at that point. I don't know, I'm admittedly still torn because the DPRM really is insane. It is arguably the best console in the entire game. And I would put it on every ship build I have, including this one. I'm not sure what I'd replace with it. Probably one of these. That's true. I might be getting some trades, too. Okay, I think ESD's fine. It just needs a little duct tape.
Any ships still in range? There are Undine hunting parties on Earth space dock. We're fighting them, but comms are spotty. I was lucky to get an external signal working. We need any assistance you can spare.
So this next part will be a little bit strange. If you've played the game new, and indeed have been watching this very run. Because we've been to ESD several times.
There are Undine ships attacking key sites across the quadrant. Our ships are responding to everything they can, but we're stretched thin. When the Undine arrived here, they damaged every ship in the system, hit the orbital platforms, and then most of them just left. Automated defense systems are offline. We're struggling just to keep control of the station.
I've received orders from New Romulus. In light of this situation, the Lisette is being recalled to defend the homeworld. I will contact you if there is any change.
Understood. Tuvok?
The boarding parties on Earth space dock should be our main concern. The Undine will be attempting to cripple Starfleet operations, gain valuable data, and capture ranking officers. We cannot afford to allow them to succeed. I am prepared to beam down immediately. Your assistance will greatly improve our chances of success.
Well then, let's go. To beautiful Ryza. So yeah, if this looks different, it's because it is.
Earth space dock has sustained severe damage from multiple Undine boarding parties. We must locate Admiral Quinn. The most expedient path to the Admiral's office is through those doors. Our mission objectives are clear. We must ascertain the whereabouts of Admiral Quinn and expel all Undine boarders. Teams from other ships, including some Klingon and Romulan vessels, have beamed to lower decks here on the station. While their willingness to assist us is unexpected, their desire to see this enemy stopped is gratifying.
So, in case you haven't caught on to what's going on here, this is what ESD used to look like, minus the fires. And they wanted to do a massive ESD overhaul. So, this mission is explaining why. The station gets shreked as part of this mission, and then the new ESD is built/rebuilt, and that's the one we've been seeing this whole time. I kind of appreciate that, and it's actually pretty rare to see an MMO be willing to do something like that. I mean, Gridania's been Gridania for how many years? Or Breland, for example. Over in, Lotro.
Everything hurts. What? Who? Admiral Tuvok?
What happened here?
I don't... What? The windows. They came through the windows, walking on the hull. I don't know. After the Borg attack during my cadet cruise, I thought working on Earth space dock would be less... dramatic.
No comment. Admiral, what can we do?
Indeed. I can initiate a mind meld. It will calm him, and I will be able to learn what he knows about the attack. This is not normally something I would suggest, but I believe that in this instance it is necessary.
Alright, do what you have to do.
My mind to your mind. My thoughts to your thoughts.
There's a list, Kira White Noise. Whoop, hello. Oh, show you here real quick while I'm killing these things. There's the list right there of all the ships that you can pull out of that thing. It's a completely unsorted list, so if you're interested, I recommend taking some time to actually go through and read it manually. No voice acting. The Undine, they appeared in close orbit. We were taken by surprise. None of the defense system works. I don't know why. They've been killing people. I don't know what they want, but they've been systematic about their attacks. They want something.
There is more going on with these boarding parties than mere phaser fire. There are more Starfleet officers fighting nearby. We need to manually activate the fire suppression systems.
I thought Earth Space Dock would be a quiet assignment.
I mean, it normally is, so...
Be cautious. There are more Undine nearby.
Yeah, Tuvok got home a lot quicker, so he got treatment for his condition. Go figure. I don't think they even mention it, but it does make sense. What, make the Zerg, and I guess the Tyranids full bug? Oh, that's a thought. I mean, people underestimate how much several tons and feet of rock serve as good armament, so I can see that. No, I accidentally looted.
I'm going to help hold this position. I'm not much of a soldier, but I can make repairs and help keep this area clear of Undine. I hope Admiral Quinn is okay. He was on comms a few minutes ago, but the transmission was cut off.
We'll find Admiral Quinn. You stay safe.
Be cautious. There are more Undine nearby.
There are? Holy crap.
I'll stay here. Good luck.
Admiral Quinn.
Yeah. Oh, God. I think the animation bugged out. In case you missed that, that wasn't Admiral Quinn. That was an Undine. Remember, shapeshifters, because we haven't made them as overpowered as we need to yet. God, they're ridiculous. Could you, like, stop dropping in from the ceiling, please? I'd appreciate it.
The shape-shifting nature of species 8472 makes them a dangerous foe. We will have to proceed with caution to avoid being caught unaware again. Clearly, Admiral Quinn is not here. He may be still alive elsewhere on the station. The logical course of action amid so much chaos will be to re-establish the chain of command.
Well, you're an admiral, and I'm a fleet admiral. I think we're good. Let's go.
Perhaps we can establish more reliable communications by directly linking to the starbase's internal systems. The consoles here can be used for that purpose. Make the attempt. I will keep watch for more Undine.
All right.
I will cover you.
Who is this? Communications are damaged.
One moment.
This is Admiral Quinn.
How do I know you're Admiral Quinn?
I suppose that's a valid question. You reported to me after the attack on Vega Colony. I took a chance on promoting you. I see now it was the right one. Admiral Tuvok, we spoke briefly about your mission right before you reported back to Voyager. You mentioned your wife and said it was fortunate you had time to visit Vulcan to see T'Pel before the conference.
Well, alright.
Admiral, what is your status?
I'm pinned down in my office with Egan. We've been trying to get internal comms and sensors working. What's your status?
Lots of casualties.
The Undine boarding parties appear to have some goal in mind, but we are unsure as to what it might be. Admiral, I suggest you hold your position. We will make our way to you. Stay alert for more imposters.
Also, not to nitpick, but I took a chance on promoting you is something that anybody could read about in a history book. That's not really a good litmus test. Like, you don't need psychic powers or infiltration to learn about this, let's be honest, PC character. You know, a Kirk 2 or a Picard 2, or however you want to think of that, who has had a meteoric rise through the ranks during a strenuous time that saw the foundation of the Republic and the destruction of the Tal Shiar and so forth and so on.
Their anger.
Yeah, also Quinn could have been replaced before that. That wasn't that long ago, canonically. Now, this is completely unrelated to this, but I just had a random thought. You know how in some RPGs, Tyranny is a good example here. You get the option to kind of decide your backstory by talking to someone. Actually, now I think about it, this game did that with the Romulan, specifically the Romulan. One thing you could have done is you could have made it so that it would acknowledge that specific backstory. But wouldn't it be kind of neat if, like, it was an infiltrator and they picked wrong? It's so, like, you, the player, recognize, oh yeah, that's part of the backstory. But if you didn't care that much, or weren't paying that much attention, you might miss that that's not the backstory you picked.
And Commander Egan are below. The Admiral appears to require medical treatment.
Yeah, you'd have to remember, exactly. We good? We're good. Admiral. Hang in there, Admiral. Don't worry, I've got weapons quite literally from the future, and also the past. So, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So where am I going here? That's true, you can assume the game devs are screwed up, which honestly would probably be my first thought, to be totally blunt with you. It's, let's be honest, as video game players, we're pretty used to game devs not paying attention to detail and screwing up, right? Like, we're kind of used to that. Oh, I think we're done. Okay. Yeah, I also have stuff from other timelines, too.
Thank you. Now, maybe we should... Commander Egan!
Egg? Egg?
Egg? Where are you going?
One moment, Admiral.
Well, that's kind of screwing over the visuals there.
Intriguing. The amount of resistance Starfleet has offered is unexpected. That being said...
The weak will perish! And you are weak!
I'm pretty sure Egg was a quest NPC, which obviously doesn't even exist anymore.
He is tapping into the bioship's power matrix.
Hello? There we go. Come on, let me... You're not gonna... Okay. Well, let me get some more turrets going while I wait for the game to let me do what I need to do. And yeah, that's pretty much the Undine in a nutshell. The weak shall perish. They're discount Daleks. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The Undine are not interesting as a species. STO does more with them than anything else, and they're still not that great here.
Egan was an Undine? That would explain what happened to our defense grid. He would have known they were coming. and had ample opportunity to sabotage us. Damn, I didn't see that coming.
Orders?
Hagen. It's hard to believe. He attacked me mentally, led everyone into a trap. I couldn't stop him. We have much to consider. There may be... Tuvok! What's going on? Tuvok! Can you hear me? Tuvok!
Tuvok!
Damn it, Cooper. Cooper just has a hard-on for Tuvok. Sorry, Cooper.
Hello, Tuvok. Egan was too weak. He spent too much time among humans. He served his purpose, and you will be far too late.
Too late for what?
Your quadrant will fall. The weak will perish. This dimension will be cleansed, purified of infestation. Your efforts are meaningless. I know your thoughts, Tuvok.
Indeed, Doctor. But I have taken advantage of this connection to look into your mind as well.
What?
I understand now what your plans are. You will not succeed.
You can't stop us. Tuvok! Tuvok!
Yeah, pro tip, when you try to do a battle in the center of the mind, make sure yours is the stronger mind.
Admiral!
Diversion. This was all a diversion.
What do you mean?
Kronos. Their real target is Kronos.
Captain Corrin? I like how we're right on that, by the way. Yeah, Vulcans aren't very psychic, but damn have they got strong brains.
Come. Kronos may not have much time. The Federation and the Empire have been at war for far too long. Now we must join together for the common good.
Yeah, I've been with the Horde... By the way, STO successfully got the Horde Alliance to stop fighting before WoW did, so it gets that credit. Let's get out of here. Let's go help Kronos.
We have arrived in the Kronos system. At this time, the ruins of Praxis are concealing our arrival from the Undine. The Klingon homeworld defense fleet has engaged the bulk of the Undine forces, but they appear to be taking heavy casualties.
Just 2 Federation ships? 2? Where is the Enterprise? Where's the rest of your fleet? I knew better than to trust Starfleet. Run, you should fight.
Corrin, could you stop being a Karen for 5 seconds, please?
The Romulans have promised additional aid, as has Starfleet Command. The Enterprise is contacting all available ships and...
Words are meaningless. Deeds show the true heart of a warrior.
Corrin.
Join
that
me
was only
if
a
you are
small
not as
force.
cowardly as the rest of the
Undine
Federation.
will not be
Today
so
is a
defeated.
good day to die.
We're here to fight.
Are you
stupid...
Vulcan?
God, I hate her.
The Romulan Republic has made commitments to its allies. We are here to honor them.
With one ship, because that's all we got. I mean, in fairness, it's a frickin' scimitar, but still. Yeah, I know, it's not literally a scimitar. I don't care! It's a scimitar. They're all scimitars. In fairness, that is kind of all the Republic has to offer, so that's not a small offering. Can I... Oh my god, those frickin' debuffs. Right, it's a scimitar. That's what I said, okay. I don't know, Alexander turned out okay in the end, but it took until this game for that to happen. I mean, I'm literally in a dreadnought, and that falchion over there is a dreadnought. And I'm pretty sure Sean commands an Odyssey. which is also a dreadnought.
The orbital defenses alone will not be enough to stop the Undine advance.
We would not be alone if anyone in the Federation had the heart of a warrior.
Please shut up. Well, the real Corrin, please shut up. Please shut up. Please shut up.
I calculate our current chances for a complete victory to be 6.47%.
That wouldn't be the case if anyone else from Starfleet had bothered to show up!
I'm gonna smack you so hard. Worf's gonna feel it when I smack you, okay?
The tide may turn against us, but
We
this
are at
will
a
be
distinct
our day of
tactical
glory!
disadvantage.
Think of it as an increase in your opportunities to die with honor.
Ugh, yep, no, I knew that was coming. That was a hell of a torpedo volley. And my shields were already down.
My apologies for being late.
Hi, Sean.
Just one more ship?
Not exactly. We brought a few friends.
3 more ships. Damn, this is Admiral Me. I'm taking command of this ship, this group. Ignore the fact that I just died. Focus fire. Get the little ones, get the big ones. Listen, Q and me, we're tight, Mike Kamano. We got this. It's because I secretly am a Q, which would actually make a lot of this make a lot more sense if you think about it. I'm just a Q that's slumming it. Actually, considering how much temporal gear I actually do have equipped, it wouldn't surprise me. Oh, speaking of which, I need to stop being a pilot and go back to being a temporal person. I need to fix that at some point. Unless I fixed it earlier. Hang on. I'm curious. Give me a sec. Yep, nope. Hang on, let's switch back to being a temporal. Oh, I can't do it in combat. No. Oh. It really would, wouldn't it, Trithon? Whoops. I lost the game. Rewind a second. There we go. I'm back. I'm back. Nobody else notices because how could they? You effectively just rewound a minute. I told Q I'd get him one hug with Picard. He was sold. Yeah, how does this one random person in a Miranda beat the Borg? They're a Q. How do we go from being a captain to being a fleet admiral inside of a year? Q! It explains everything, really. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's get bullied here. Ugh, get me out of here. That is wrecking my engines. Oh, it's the freaking debuff. Bam over here.
We need to secure the shipyard. Then we'll drive them back to fluidic space.
Ma'am, this is Wendy's. Okay, that doesn't make sense in context, but I'm suddenly picturing a Klingon driving up to a Wendy's and being like, "We must defeat our enemies in glory." But, ma'am, this is a Wendy's. Could you please just... There's a line behind you, ma'am. Dang it, I cannot seem to survive this crap. Don't have a range here. Depends on the ship, of course, Baron. And every other factor. I have a lot of ship names. Oof! Right in the face. Oh, that's actually not what it... Why is that even on my bar? That should be on my bar. That's okay. We're okay. We're okay. Back over here. I wonder what targ meat tastes like. And we're dead. Yeah, I've never had dog meat, so I can't speak to that. Never had bear either. Please stop. Oh my god, there we go. Okay, it's a lot of ships dead. Next. Yeah, now to kill all the other ships. Now you might be asking, hang on, did Kronos and the First City get an overhaul at this point in time? To which the proper answer is, shut up, nobody cares. Nobody plays Klingon. What is with ships getting stuck lately? Are you seeing this? This has been happening a lot, too. Damn it, we have to go save Jimpok. Oh no, Jimpok died. Oh no. He's dead. And now a blind Targ can take over as the Chancellor and do a better job of it. That's, So who's ready for plot holes? You may or may not remember, but, they can blow up planets with just like 5 ships or whatever, right? But all of a sudden they have this new concept called a planet killer, which is this big old ship, which takes forever to fire and set up.
The Undine have brought a large craft through a quantum singularity.
They're powering up weapons!
The Undine have a new planet killer!
Target that ship, and fire all weapons!
Jesus.
No effect! They're too strong!
Voyager has 1 nanite torpedo remaining from her time in the Delta Quadrant. Such devices proved effective against the Undine in the past.
Yeah, why haven't we been deploying that en masse? We can make new nanite frickin' torpedoes.
They took some damage, but the planet killer can still fire. I can get the Aquarius into firing position above her and exploit the opening in her shields, but someone will need to keep the Undine distracted.
Captain Siot, I think. Which I technically have.
The Aquarius is beginning its attack run.
So this is cool. All these ships are disabled and have very low health, so you just gotta blow your way through them.
Sean's attacking that planet killer on his own?
This is great if you have fire at will, by the way.
His life?
He's stupid? Of course he would.
I'm going in. Keep the Undine off my 6.
We must assist Captain Sean. Do not let his act be in vain.
Weapons are offline. This is our only chance. Setting the Aquarius on a collision course.
Acknowledged. Do we have Sean's coordinates?
Getting locked now, sir. He did it, sir! The planet killer has been destroyed.
Tuvok to Allied fleet. Stand down. The Undine are retreating.
All 3 of the remaining ships.
Captain Sean.
Transporter room! Did you get him?
We have...
Captain Sean to Admiral Tuvok. Permission to come aboard?
And turn on your lights.
The Klingon High Council wishes to discuss the most recent developments. We have been invited to transport directly to the High Council chambers.
I've been muted this entire time. I don't feel like repeating any of that, so I'm not going to give Sean 100% of credit for what's about to happen, because I think we get some of the credit, and Tuvok gets some of the credit too. But I think Sean gets the other 80% of it. I mean, between the apology and rallying the fleet and taking out the planet killer. It worked for the Enterprise. See, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Klingons respond to actions. They always have and they always will. So hold on. Before I move any forward, give me one moment. Name of this quest that we're doing right now. Surface tension. Hang on. Are we still on the same quest? We are. Oh my gosh. Okay, hang on. We've been on the same quest for a while. This is also when they started really making the quests like episodes. I've actually talked about that before, but if you've been paying attention, a lot of the quests are more like 5, 10, 15-minute affairs. However, we've been on this quest for over 40 minutes now. This is when they really start leaning into that. And I think it was a good move, consequently. One nice, big, meaty quest instead of like 3 or 4 little ones. Agreed, Space Cadet. They bring their A game to a lot of these.
There are many here who have seen the danger Species 8472 presents with their own eyes for the first time. Thank you for your assistance in protecting both Earth and Kronos from the Undine. However terrible, this battle did have one benefit. Today's fight opened the door to what may be a lasting peace between the Federation and the Empire.
Again. Again. Hang on. This would be the 5th time now we've made a lasting peace with the Federation and the Klingons.
Now we must have the courage to compromise for the greater good. In its way, that can be more difficult than waging war. The formalities will begin soon. Until then, I must take the time to speak to others who were instrumental in the success of this mission.
It's so tiring.
That was a close one. But I'm fortunate Voyager transported me off the ship at the last second. It would have been a worthy sacrifice. Kronos is too important to lose.
I actually agree with that, not just politically. I've said it before and I've said it again. My issues are with the Klingon Empire, not the Klingon people.
You have shown your true nature today.
Damn right I did.
Worf was correct. There is honor in the Federation. The conflict between us has gone on long enough. Now we should turn our blades toward the real enemy. I remember you from the Gateway activation. You fought well today. May our meetings on the battlefield always be as glorious.
Captain. Ambassador.
I served in Starfleet, and now I serve the Empire. There are many on both sides of the current conflict for whom I have deep respect. I see this as an opportunity. We may find we have more in common than we realize.
I agree, Ambassador. Admiral.
A true peace may not be on the table yet, but I hope we can at least broker a lasting armistice. But first, we celebrate today. Earth and Kronos are safe.
Oh, by the way, I hope you enjoyed the Undine as a big threat, because they're mostly gone now. Not completely, but, like, they're already on their way out. Which I just find hysterical.
My people have respected the Federation ever since our first encounter with your famed Captain Kirk. I have advised Chancellor Jimpok that the Gorns support the idea of a ceasefire. Perhaps this will lead to greater freedom for all of us.
Our people come from a culture of deception and division. We've rejected our past in favor of open alliances. Perhaps it's time for the Federation and the Empire to set aside their past as well. We would welcome a ceasefire between our allies.
Hold on, which past do you mean? Are you referring to the past of the last, like, couple years, where we've been having a border skirmish? Or do you mean the past of, like, the 80-plus years of military alliance we had? Which past are we rejecting, damn it?
The 5 races of the Zindi once tried to exterminate humanity. But through the efforts of a few people who were willing to change, we put aside our weapons and worked through our differences. Now, we are members of the Federation. Peace came with great difficulty, but that is the way of most things worth having. The Undine are here, and they're spreading lies and dividing us from within. Now, more than ever, we need to set aside our animosities and work together for the greater good.
Earth and Kronos are safe, and the Romulan Republic is pleased to assist its allies. I just wish my father could see all of us working together toward a common goal. This is the future he dreamed of.
And don't worry, he will, because I time travel back and... Yeah, well, never mind. You don't want to hear about that.
I admit, I did not expect the Federation to act with such honor. I do not know what the final decision of the High Council will be, but rest assured that the Undine will pay. We will hunt down every last Kameku and destroy them for what they have done here today.
For the most part, the in-game music is fine from this point onward. It was mostly the earlier stuff and some individual patrol missions. I'll be keeping an ear on it, if you know what I mean, okay? So we'll see how it goes. Hello, Jimpok.
You fought well.
for someone from Starfleet.
I bought you a Dorito. Check it out. Here. And I pull the staff out and shove it into his mouth. Just bite down as hard as you can. Cool.
Many fine warriors have earned their places in Tuvok today. They died with honor, fighting one of our most formidable enemies. The Undine brought the battle to our very threshold. The fine warriors standing before me pushed them back. Let us honor our sacrifices and our accomplishments by ending...
This was awesome.
So, you are the heroes of the Milky Way. You have come further than we expected. But still you chase our shadows.
We are not here to impress you, demon! We stand united, and there is no one who can...
We give you a single warning to not attract our attention again.
That is an Iconian.
That was the reason we need to work together. It's time for our feud to end.
Agreed. From this day forward, all hostilities between the Empire and the Federation will cease.
So yeah, that's our cataclysm. Whoa, ho, ho. There we go.
The Iconians use servitor races and other species to do their fighting for them. Species 8472 has been an unknowing cat's paw of the Iconians for some time. This time, however, the Undine were defeated, and it was our combined strength that allowed us to prevail. Thousands of years ago, the Iconians were defeated by an alliance of races. I predict their ultimate aim has been to prevent such an alliance from happening again.
Yeah, they did that. They really screwed that up.
There have been periods in our combined history when the Federation and the Empire have not been at war, but they have not been allies either. This may be the beginning of such a time. It will be up to us to determine what happens next. With time, we may even restore the alliance that came out of the Khitomer Accords.
What now?
Voyager will return to the Delta Quadrant. There is much to do there, and the Genolan sphere will need to be protected from further Undine assaults. I am sure I will see you again. You have been a worthy ally, and your wisdom and courage will be called upon in the days ahead. Until then, live long and prosper.
So yeah, admittedly what she, if I'm remembering which one that is, does there is extremely stupid. But not only is it very in character, but it's still just such an awesome moment. Your service has quite literally saved the Quadrant as we know it. Both Earth and Kronos will rebuild in the wake of these terrible attacks, and a day has dawned for the Federation, when we may someday establish the once strong alliance we had with the Klingon Empire. Starfleet and I can't thank you enough. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you're haggling for my job. Dude, I outrank you. In the meantime, the galaxy just got a whole lot smaller. Also, you can get some ground trades here, which I think I already have these. Just like that, of course. And yeah, that's such an awesome tease, and I think part of what I like so much about it is, even at this point in the game, they'd been teasing the Iconians quite a bit. But that was the first time we ever saw an Iconian, for real, in anything. They had to invent the Iconian appearance because the shows, the actual TNG and DS9 episodes, never actually did anything with the Iconians. So they were kind of having a blank sheet of paper. And I think they did a really good job with how they look and are appropriately terrifying. Also, and I'm just mentioning this because this is actually going to come up in the future, Did you notice that the Iconian wiped out a good portion of the Klingon High Council? Remember that. That is going to be relevant later. I mean, I'm with you, Kay. What she, again, I think that's her, did there was very stupid, but is, God, it's such a great moment. And yeah, ironically, the overall competency of the Klingon Empire just went up 5 points. It's weird. Oh yeah, when Pax and I first did that quest, we were just like, oh my God! Like, just jazzing about it. Like, holy crap. When we come back from the lunch break, that was her, okay. That was Matara. When we come back from the lunch break, we will finally be doing the Delta Quadrant. Dun dun dun. Shh, shh, shh. Hey, look! The patrols aren't mandatory anymore. I don't have to give them negatives. Yes. I mean, I'm still going to give them like 1 negative, but I'm not going to give them like 5, which is what I was planning to do. No negatives up top. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll explain that when we come back. I'm going to go get some lunch.